Hello, welcome back to what I'm gonna. Hello, welcome back to what I'm gonna. It's Beast. Today we're back with ToHeart2, and we're also back with the new year. This is the first recording in the year of 2024. 1st of January. Only a little bit after 9 this time instead of fucking 11. Because I'm bad. But yeah, I hope you guys had a new year. Had a nice New Year's celebration. So I sat down with the family, played some Dokapon Kingdom, completely annihilated both my mother and my little sister in it. Even though that was... Funny enough, there was one instance of a Darkling in the entire round, and my mother had it. So yeah. My little sister learned to fear the Darkling. Other than that, we fucking think I drank like a bottle and a half almost of champagne. That was nice. Anyways. Going on forever would actually be bad, but indeed it feels like it should. Stare at the sky with Konomi. Tick tock, the clock is awfully loud. Scratch, scratch. That's also the sound of chalk scratching the blackboard and our math teacher's voice. The classroom is enveloped in eerie silence. No one could whisper. Not even the sound of mechanical pencils nor the ruffling of note pages can be heard. Weird. This again. Why? Unease and doubt spread throughout the students, but no one says anything. The stillness made it look as if all living things had been turned into sculptures, with the exception of the one at the podium. The impatience and anxiety regarding what should be here, but it's not, ruled this classroom. As the end of class approaches, the number of students glancing at the clock increases. Will this ever end? Someone gulps. There's 30 seconds left until the bell rings. Then our math teacher faces the class, clears his throat, and puts on a weary smile.
お待ちかねの答案返却だ。学年最後にして初めての学期末テストの結果。さっさと取りに来ないやつは点数さらすぞ。
Names are read aloud. Papers are distributed. A crowd forms like a can of sardines, all rushing to converge on the teacher's desk. The teacher leaves them the bundle of exam papers and exits the classroom with a hearty chuckle. The bell rings shortly afterward.
絶対生きがいにしてやがるぜ、あの野郎。
Yuji holds his paper and pouts. I'm about as pleased as he is, as mine wasn't one of the few that fell and was... I'm about as pleased as he is, as mine wasn't one of the few that fell and was trampled on. I'm not sure if he really does. Science teachers in particular are usually irritated with the students. Giving them back test results is probably their chance to lash out at us. By the way, how many points did you get in total? I take a peek at his paper.
俺と比べてどうするんだよ。優越感に浸りたいってことか。
Yuji snorts. Well, I just want to feel at ease.
抜かせ。俺はまだ全部じゃないんだ。
Wait, this was the last one, wasn't it? As I count the number from the subjects on my fingers, Yuji broadly grins next to me.
俺は特別扱いなの。
Oh, you mean supplementary exams. I get it. But that doesn't make sense.
問題は簡単になるんだ。そっちの方が点数上がってお得なわけさ。
You speak as though you planned it all. You speak as though you planned it all out. Yuji shrugs and begins bending over to look at my paper, but stops halfway.
お前の方は、いや、皆まで言うな。自分から話を振ってきたんだもんな。
I'm not sorry this time.
はいはい。
Yuji shoos me away.
びっくりした。
Yuji turns around to find himself suddenly face to face with the girl that was quietly standing there. He almost tipped over his chair in surprise. It's that bike girl, Komaki's friend. Yuma was her name, I think.
そっちもテスト帰ってきたの？これで全部？
こいつ知り合い？
It's complicated. Yuma glances at Yuji's paper.
鼻で笑われちゃったよ。
あんたはどうだった？私はさ、今回ちょっと調子悪かったんだけどさ。
She says that and peeks at mine. She compares our tests, a flustered look on her face. She's so intent on what she's doing that she doesn't notice Yuji looking over her back. You know damn well I'm not gonna say anything.
なんだ、高明より悪いじゃんかよ。
お前が笑うな。
しかし、見事に全科目負けてるな。それも2点差、3点差。ある意味器用だわ。
勝手に見るな。
She hugs her paper and notices people's attention in the classroom on her. She becomes speechless and blushes.
本当に調子悪かったんだから。
She shouts and runs away at top speed. Why'd you come over anyways? Okay, now let's not be rude and actually stop him. Yuji, stop it. She'll bite back. Yuma hastily hugs her exam papers to her chest. Yuji shrugs his shoulders, having been caught. And then Yuma...
別にどうってことないんだからね。
He points at me awfully angry.
勘違いしないでよ。別にどうってこと。
なんだ、高明より点数悪かったのか。
違うわよ。そんなことあるわけないでしょ。
じゃあ何そんなに焦ってるんだ。
She starts quibbling at Yuji's jab. She glares at me pissed and then...
これで勝ったと思うなよ。
She shouts and runs off. You want to admit your loss? Why'd you come here anyway?
みんな静かにして。
Komaki calls out with her voice reverberating.
お願い。
But exams finished some time ago, and we're just in a daze awaiting spring break. Everyone's in a happy mood, and no one hears a thing. Good grief. The more ruckus they create, the later we'll end up getting home. Fed up with it, I get up and yell, "Everyone! We'll be able to go home all the more if we don't let... We'll be unable to go home all the more if we don't let Komaki finish talking!" Unable to go home being the key word, everyone listens as the racket stops. As this is what she says, so we can go home. Her speech could last till tomorrow. Huh? It's the sound that everyone emits. Everyone grumbles, but they courteously return to their seats. In response to this, Komaki turns to me with a thankful look. After confirming everyone has returned to their seats, Komaki breathes a sigh of relief and starts reading out a memo she's holding.
まずは生徒会からのお願いです。
Student Council? I've heard their name a lot lately. Well, it's probably the graduation ceremony. It's probably because the graduation ceremony is near. Everyone in the class starts to chatter. They're feeling hard done by the cancellation of the farewell party. Komaki pays no attention to the class's behavior and goes on reading the memo. However, the contents of what that memo...
実は今度の日曜日に行われる卒業式なんですが、係の人が一人怪我で欠席することになりました。それでうちのクラスから一人補充してほしいそうなんだけど。
Everyone raised their voices in protest.
なんでうちのクラスから欠員補充しないといけないんだよ。その係のやつのクラスから補充すればいいじゃんか。
そうよそうよ。さては権力に屈したな委員長。
言い任されたんだ委員長。
何か弱みを握られてるんだ委員長。副長のナスがままなんだ委員長。ナスがままって、もしかして副長といけない関係なのか。いや不潔よ、不潔だわ委員長。
The allegations get out of hand as Komaki and the president are accused of some relationship that could be featured in a lesbian comic book.
いい加減にしてください。
Unsurprisingly, Komaki gets flustered, refuting any possibility of her being a lesbian.
そんなんじゃないです。くじで当たりを引いちゃっただけなんです。
Short straw? Right. There's not much you can do about that. Guess there is a single dedicated student in the class.
そんなイカサマ賭博に引っかかるなんて。
委員長なら重りを仕込んだイカサマダイスくらい持っておけよな。
目的のためには手段を選ばず、私たちの幸福のためにどうして副長と差し違えてくれなかったの？
Everyone and anyone is voicing their opinion. That, given it's already decided, is not that straightforward to just overturn. What's more, this is the student council with its otherworldly vice commander.
もうそんなこと言うなら係の人はくじで決めちゃいます。
Komaki says and pulls out a piece of paper from the stand, drawing a line on it with a
線
ruler.
の上に名前を書いてください。全員の分の名前を書き終わったらこちらで適当に横線と当たりを書き加えます。当たりになった人が係です。いいですか？
Everyone gives the A response, but Komaki just pretends not to hear. Everyone resigns themselves to writing their name on it and participating in the ladder lottery. And it's my turn too. A little while later, when everyone's name is written down, Komaki draws lines across the page and hums the traditional ladder lottery song. Then, Komaki's hand stops moving. She had a name.
河野くん
Huh? Look up and Komaki is using the paper to hide her
当たっ
face.
ちゃった
Huh? The line has hit my name. A grandiose circle and red felt tip pen surrounds it. What? But I was supporting Komaki! Why me?
ごめんねせっかくかばってくれたのに
Komaki says to me on the way back, apologizing. It's okay, it's my own fault for taking it on.
じゃあ悪いけど日曜日
Yes, yes.
河野くんはちゃんとしてるから大丈夫だと思うけど遅刻しないようにしてね生徒会長さん時間に厳しい人だから
I'll do my best. As I say and see Komaki off. A grave Sunday. A mess I've got myself into. That's cute. Now I've done it. I planned to turn around, but it was too late. In the corridor ahead was Yuma scowling at me.
誰かにバカにされてる気がして来てみれば
You have nothing but circumstantial evidence. I gotta go. I have to leave as soon as I can. I try to avoid eye contact with her as much as possible. And
ちょっ
pass
と
through her.
話があるんだけど
She calls out to me. She calls out and stops me. I figured I could pretend not to hear her and continue on, but she'd just follow me around and force me to listen. I obediently stop and turn around. What might that be?
いい私はあんたのこと何とも思ってないのよ
So?
つまりそういうこと
Ah, I see.
話は終わってないわよ
I reluctantly stopped myself from leaving.
正直別にどうでもいいわけよあんたがどこで何をしようとさ
That's great! We think alike. I'll just leave it at that.
最後まで聞け
Not caring about how I'm being annoyed at all this, at all by this. She continues on with her ridiculous declaration.
あんたとは行きがかり上妙な具合になることが何度かあったけどこっちは別に競争してるつもりなんてさらさらこれっぽっちもないんだから
Huh?
私はあんたを相手にする気なんてないっていうか最初から視界にも入ってないわけよ
Honestly, what is she trying to say?
だからいいまたどこかで行き合わせたとしてもわざとらしく私にって言ってるそばから立ち去るな
Her shoulders rise and fall due to the heavy breathing. She glares at me. So I'd like to ask, what do you want to say? Mumble my question at her. The next moment she answers by standing tall and looking me in the eyes.
つまり私が上あんたが下
What's that mean?
滋賀にもかけてないってこと
You say that with a straight face, huh? In front of the person himself,
問
too.
題外対象外予選落ちさようなら
You badmouth me that much? Yuma snorts and points at me.
だから今後一切私に挑みかかってくるな
Isn't it the other way around? Though I hold back saying those words. If I pour fuel into the fire, the flames will only come back at me. I'll ignore the fact that that's what caused this present
そ
situation.
もそも名前どころか隣のクラスだってことも知らなかったんだから
My name? Kono.
聞こえない
Yuma makes a racket and plugs her ears. Discomforted, having a glance at the curious students in the corridor on her momentarily gets her hands to let go. Without a moment's delay, Takaki Kono.
言うな
Too late. With all eyes on us, I speak like we're having a friendly chat, and Yuma forces a smile to avoid unwanted gossip.
とにかく私とあんたは赤の他人今も昔もこれからも分かった
Don't smile while giving me the thumbs down. How did I end up clashing with her? As I pass through the school gates, I feel a burning gaze at my back. Behind me was a girl on a bike. Must be Yuma. Looks like I can't avoid running into her on the way home. Trying to head straight home right after that seems to have been a bad idea. In other words, she was coincidentally thinking about the same thing and was acting on it. That's why crossing paths with her was inevitable. But Why is she following me? Those suspicious eyes of hers tell me everything. She really thinks I'm gonna ambush her. That seems to be why she's not passing me right now. Perhaps she's expecting me to call out to her. Try stopping every so often and she does the same. She keeps this up while maintaining her distance. How long can she keep this tension up? It's exhausting. Sometimes she plans to follow me all the way home. Who knows? Her house was near. Oh boy, let's not jinx it. Sorry, but I'm not remotely interested in doing battle first thing in the morning. When I get to the stop at the bottom of the hill, the bus arrives as scheduled. Although it's not the usual bus I take, it's still headed in the same direction as my home, so guess it'll do. You should get the idea I'm not trying to antagonize her if I do. Check my change before stepping into the bus. Vroom. It's been a while since I've taken the bus. The stiff ride really rattles your innards. As I was thinking about that, I happened to look out the window. Oh my! She's frantically chasing after me! Oh, what an incredibly vexed face. She's pedaling furiously. But you can't outrun a bus. Geez, she must really hate losing. She gradually falls far behind. She's already so small. But she's still frantically going for it. Hang on. Definitely did nothing wrong this time, right? Our dreams are our own, but that doesn't mean we'll enjoy them. Nightmares, surprising things, and horrible things, they too exist in our dream worlds. But is it perhaps possible to wake yourself up once you've realized you're in a nightmare? I know the secret. Just put your index finger and middle finger together on top of your eyelids during the dream and then quickly separate them. Yeah! Force my eyes open. Well, seriously. I'll give it a try when I get a chance. Even if it doesn't work, it's not like anybody's gonna know. Sunday. We have to fucking deal with the goddamn show.
河野くん、この机、入り口まで運んでくれる？
Sure. So, it's the graduation ceremony. Having drawn the short straw, I'm here from the morning to night. Well, not really night. On duty. Receptionist, guide, various other jobs. I'm no official, and there's nothing more demanding than any regular student can do than bring chairs in and moving them out. Ah, I would adore sleeping when the weather's so nice and warm on a Sunday like this. No, can't have myself nodding off. Kumaki? What around? Let you go. Something seems to have happened. Kumaki goes off somewhere and comes trotting back. What's up?
さっき先生たちが話してたんだけど、まだ生徒会長が来てないみたいなの。
Huh? The president? I would think for it, by all rights, it shouldn't be unexpected that the teachers would take command of such an event, but I don't recall them turning up. Things have been unusually hectic, but it hasn't been because it's just before the event. Off
わ
sick?
からない。でも生徒会長、そういったことはしっかりされる方だから、何の連絡もないのは不自然なの。時間厳守で、いつも集合時間の1時間前にはいる人なのよ。
That does seem to be quite a bit too early. But if she's not here, she's not here. So there must be some backup. For example, wouldn't the vice president take her place under such circumstances? Seems a reasonable assumption. However, Kumaki responds in amazement.
河野くん、知らなかったの？
Huh?
副会長はまだ決まってないのよ。
What? Blank out for precisely 3 seconds before raising my voice. Student council without a vice president is like a curry without vegetables. Even a leek will do. They weren't chosen in the autumn elections? Kumaki smiles bitterly.
ほら、次戦の場合は副会長以下役員を初めから決めておいて一つのチームで投票されるけど、今の生徒会長は立候補の人がいなくて前生徒会長の推薦だったでしょ。そういう時は特例で生徒会長信任投票が終わってから他の役員を後から指名していいの。
I can already see that if you go down this student council president's route, it's just gonna be a case of like you interact with her a few times, you just like, congratulations, you're on the council now. Do I get a say in this? No. That's right. Strangely enough, it doesn't seem to have been talked much about.
でもそれでも大抵1ヶ月くらいで他の役員が決まるのに、私の場合もそうだけど、この学校って委員の任期とか結構曖昧なところがあるから。 でも
However, my ears prick up. As my ears prick up, Komaki hesitantly shakes her hands and says,
あくまで噂なんだけど、生徒会長人嫌いなところがあってわざと指名してないんだって話が。
at the social.
そういうことを否定しないから独裁政権とか呼ばれる原因になってると思うんだけど。
While Komaki is just telling me the facts, she says this somewhat reluctantly, probably because she uttered a vicious rumor. Demonic executive officer, antisocial, and now a dictator. Doesn't sound good. What person is this? Can't remember much more about the student council president than her being announcer at school events. She's second year? So what happens to this graduation ceremony? Can't be cancelled.
それはないと思う。一応開始30分遅らせて、それでも来なかったらプログラムを一部変更して卒業式始めるって。
Indeed, since the third year's families are gathered in the gymnasium, they can't keep everyone waiting indefinitely. What's more is that today is about the graduates. The student council president is meant to read a speech as the representative of the current students. So to say, it's not about her as obvious gets.
あと全生徒会長も休みかもしれないって。
So does that mean there's no one to read the farewell address?
でも全生徒会長は休むかもって事前に連絡あったから代理の人が待機しているみたい。
So there's no problem then. Why is she away?
さあ詳しくは知らないけど面接がどうって言ってたみたい。
An interview. Does she mean she hasn't decided her career even by the graduation ceremony? Seems even the previous student council president has it rough. But in the end, that's her problem. There's no point in me worrying about it. In that case...
どうかしたの河野くん。
nothing. No, it's not something I feel I should tell a girl. I say to Komaki in a low voice. Since the beginning will be delayed, I figure I should go to the toilet when I have the chance. I'm sure the talk will take a while. Talks will take a while.
河野くんってば。
Komaki blushes and looks away. Okay, I'll be back in a bit.
時間にはちゃんと戻ってきてね。
A little embarrassed, I head into the school building. Now, where was my handkerchief? Probably in my bag. What a nuisance. The first year's classroom was on the third floor. Yeah, school goes from top down, first, second, third. In short, they're telling us younger ones can. They're telling us the younger ones can cope with the distance. Even being young, the third floor is a pain. Still plenty of times I should go while I can. Head to the third floor, grab my handkerchief from the classroom, and head to the toilet. Ah, relief! Let it aside, adjust my appearance, and head out of the toilets. There's nothing I've left behind, nor anything I need to do. Alright, I should go back. There's still heaps of time, but I shouldn't keep Komaki waiting. I think to myself as I turn the stairs. That's when it happens. Huh? I hear footsteps. That's fine. However, they're coming from above. In other words, they're heading up the stairs. There are only 3 floors to this building. There's no 4th floor, meaning above is rooftop. Confirming my reasoning is the sound of the metal door closing loudly. The rooftop is open to the school, and thanks to the nice view, lots of people use it at the lunch break. So going to the rooftop is not unusual in itself. However, there's one problem. This isn't a break period. In other words, someone's skipping class. Usually the officials from the graduation ceremony will push some kind of random jobs on people who have no task from every class, so if they pull short straws. It's not unusual that people have nothing to do with the graduation ceremony, find it a drag to attend. But being an official is just that, and skipping it is just not right. That just sounds like, hey, they're not allowed to skip on there and sit by themselves. I'm gonna skip with them. As if I'd let them do that. I'll go catch them in the act. If I succeed, I might just let them off from my post. Let off from my own post. Be let off. Okay. I think to myself and quietly climb the stairs to not be noticed by the truant demon. I try to open the door quietly, but it's much louder than I expected and I'm startled. There's no particular response from the other side of the door. I slowly poke my head out and then exit from the smallest possible crack in the door. Where's that truant demon? Ah. There it is. Does indeed appear to have the personality of a truant. It's standing at the fence daydreaming, looking out. With long hair, it's likely a girl. Whoops. Fuck. Wearing our school uniform, there's no doubt she's a student, not a relative. Second year, perhaps. But she's not trying very hard to skip class, and I'm a little let down with calling her out, seeing that she looks so despondent. What on earth is she up to? Concerned, I edge my way towards her. When I can see, she's staring at her hands. It's not the coolest scenery beyond the fence. There's something in her hand. That's a note? Nah, that's a photo or something. Time quietly passes, unable to hear any noise. It's like the world has just narrowed to only me and her. Silence drags on. I can't bring myself to call out. Just as I thought this would go on forever, the silence is broken. Did she just tear up the photo? I unconsciously call out. She drops the torn paper, startled. She really realizes her mistake and reaches out to grab the scraps between us. I rush over to her hastily. Here? I just barely miss one piece, but she snatches away another piece, though. It's blown away and slips from her reach. I reflexively reach out. She does too. We both frantically reach out. However, we end up bumping into each other and fall over. Paper that was fluttering around falls in front of her, vanishing into the plants. Damn! Cling to the fence and stand there trying to figure out where it ended up. Let's go, gotta search for it! I had completely forgotten what it was I was here for. Didn't know why, but for some reason my instincts are screaming to search for it. However, I realized that what I just said and look up. Not only that, I recollect why I'm here. With an empty look on her face, as though she lost some part of her soul, she looks up at me. Irritated, I call out again. Hurry! I extend my hand out to her. Hurry! I shout. Let's go. Go search. We have to search for it. Given how obvious that is, why is she hesitating? However, huh? Seriously? Oh hey, Sasara! And we just made Sasara cry. Whoops. Huh? Seriously? Drop after drop, tears stain her uniform. But despite the deluge of tears, her voice is faint, as though she's trying to suppress it. Quietly, just quietly, she grips the remaining fragments of what she should have never lost. What could be so sad that it's such a brilliant spring sunshine? She sobs the same words over and over again like a spell. She stands there helpless, without knowing what she's apologizing for or what she lost. She looks up, her tear-streaked face is a complete mess, without knowing if she's unwell or in pain, but only that she's crying. I take her to the infirmary. I buy her an orange juice from the vending machine on the way. I keep sneaking looks at her, though I try to avoid doing so. Even without looking at her, I can feel her gaze. Her face is serene once she cries herself out. She just carries a somewhat sad smile, which I don't question. Without saying anything, she sits there, fidgeting with an unopened carton of orange juice. Are you okay? That's all I can think of saying. I glance at her face. While staring at the orange juice packaging, she once again says those two words. Huh? Okay. Confirmation of denial, that's all I say. What on earth was she doing there? What did she cry up? What did she tear up? Why didn't she collect it? Why was she crying? A mountain of question hangs over my head. I'm unable to verbalize any. I hang my head. A long silence. Then I suddenly raise my head. Up! Alright, gazes meet. Before I know it, she's staring at my face. I'm startled. Pursuing it calmly, this definitely is a girl. But a kind of unbreakable, made of glass girl. A girl I shouldn't touch. When I realize that, I freeze. She doesn't notice or doesn't care. And she gets up and takes a step towards me. What? She continues staring at me and gets even closer. A chill runs down my spine and I pull my head back. But she continues to gaze at my forehead. Then she mutters. Huh? She asks. Must have been when I ran into her. I was dazed at the time, so I didn't notice. It's nothing. I lower my head. But she reaches her hand to my forehead. My forehead feels a cool sensation. She takes out a handkerchief and moistens it in the basin. She says and places the handkerchief on my forehead. Thanks. Silence reigns again. I wonder how long this has taken. I look at the clock. Hearing my voice, she traces my gaze. The graduation ceremony would have already started. It's 10 minutes past the allocated time. I told Komaki I'd be back in time. Seems she hasn't heard that the beginning was delayed, as she calculated from the original time. But they said it would begin 30 minutes later. I correct her, she smiles in self-derision. Seems the student council staff hasn't arrived yet. She listens intently to my words. She smiles sadly as though waiting for me to say something, but speaks up instead.
生徒会長なんていなくても案外何とでもなるみたいね。
Yes, I was only making out like I was interested in hearing the farewell address and formal reply.
そうね。
She smiles that same self-deprecating smile. I smile bitterly in response. But that is suddenly interrupted. We're in a vacuum with nothing happening. But I'm on duty, so I better go. I get up to leave. But she quietly shakes her head.
その単行部まだ引きそうにないわ。痛いでしょ？
Walk up to the wall and furiously headbutt it. See, it's alright! Well, not anymore. Fun fact, I was a really stupid kid back in kindergarten to the point where I don't know why, but I really liked headbutting walls. I do attribute that way of growing up to the fact that I have fucking metal for a forehead.
少し休んだ方がいいわ。
But
名前は？
sudden question. Her soft voice isn't changed from before, but there's something curt
名
about
前
it.
ないの？
Of course, I answer flustered. Kono, Takaki Kono from 1A.
河野さん。わかったわ。私から言っておいてあげる。
Are you on duty as well? I finally recall how this all started. She doesn't answer, but just smiles, skipping it.
そうかもね。
She says and heads for the door, but she stops and turns
代わ
towards
り
me.
にお願いしていい？
Like what?
さっきのこと。見なかったことにしてほしいの。
Earlier.
私がここを出て行ったら、私たちは最初の通り赤の他人。見知らぬ人間同士よ。お願いできる？
She stares at me once more. I tip my head ever so slightly.
ありがとう。
Finally, she smiles and leaves the infirmary. I forgot what happened. I feel like I got coerced into it. Well, I guess I really had no intention of revealing her skipping anyway. I plunked down on the bed of the infirmary. I finally noticed a soft feeling in my hand. Handkerchief. Scrambled to stand up, however, I paused. She's gone now. That was a promise. Now before we were strangers. It was an illusion. Still, I look at what's in my hand. It is indeed her handkerchief. It has no dream or illusion. It's reality.
大丈夫だったの？転んで怪我したって聞いたけど。
Yeah, well, not at all. I was just startled. Use ambiguous wording. With that, Komaki seems relieved and smiles as per usual. I look over the near empty gymnasium. The ceremony is finished.
河野くん大丈夫？
Komaki looks at me suspiciously and stares at the bump on my forehead. I'm concerned. Yeah, well, I am. Still the president. When for some reason Komaki looks at me surprised. However, she starts chuckling and
生
says,
徒会長も具合が悪かったみたい。でもそんなこと感じないくらいしっかり掃除をお読みになったけれど。
so. Surprising, it seems. For the president feigns illness too. On the other hand, Komaki looks at me as though expecting me to say something. What is it, Komaki? Is there something left that I have to do? To which Komaki shakes her head quickly.
いいの。何もなかったみたいだから。
Okay, well that's fine. I fell over and just skipped my duty. It just seems like you have some eating at you though.
そうね。
Am I done here?
もう大方片付いてるし。あとはクラス委員の仕事だから。
Komaki
今日はご
bows,
苦労様でした。
but I didn't do anything.
クラスのみんなには言っちゃダメよ。怒られるから。
Yes. Smile knowingly and leave the gymnasium. Today was full of events. Significant and insignificant. I can't really tell. There's a rose near the school gate. Probably was given out to one of the graduates. It's either been dropped or thrown out. It's a pity that it was dropped, but what if it was thrown out? And that might have been all it was worth to the recipient. However, and girl, I wonder if she's okay. I remember that nameless girl. This dropped rose or discarded one is probably much the same. Should I go home? There's no point lingering here forever. I should go home while I still can. Just the moment I'm about to head out the gate, car brakes shriek into my ears. Huh? I witness a taxi climbing the hill road and launching itself through the school gate. Oh, the close one. Why wait for me? Throw myself into the plants nearby. When I look around like a ninja surveying the battlefield after an ambush. Then I look around like a ninja surveying the battlefield after an ambush. Taxi's brake lets out an even louder screech as it pulls up on an impressive four-wheel drift stop. Smoke rises from the tires. What the heck? I poke my head out of the plants. There's no explosion. However, sound of someone trying to smash open the door. Then the grating sound of the car swaying and a clunk. The door finally opens. My fight or flight response kicks in late and I pull my head back into the plants. However,
釣りは取っときな。
someone grandiosely exits the car. They're yanked back in.
足りない。んなもんつけといて。
Seems the girl's trying to drive a hard bargain and the driver isn't having a bar of it. Eventually these words fly from her mouth.
もう仕方がないな。特別サービスだぞ。足の生パンで足りない分。
I don't have anything back here to use as a cudgel, sadly. And I don't feel like using this one right now. After some unknown give and take, she's literally tossed out of the vehicle. Then the car rattles and squeaks as it passes in front of her. She yells out, lying on the ground on all fours. Is there any other person I've ever seen so unreasonable as to not know when to give up? Still, more surprisingly, is it's a rather small girl. A little more than primary school size, and if it wasn't for one factor, I would have guessed that she was barely beyond middle school. She's wearing our school's uniform. I watch her as she topples up. She then puts her hands on her hips and, though nothing happened, honors us with her presence thus.
真のヒロインは一番最後に登場するのだ。
Who the fuck are you? She's carrying the sign for the graduation ceremony.
あ
Then
あ、もしかして終わった？
then she
卒業
stiffens
式。
and says awkwardly, I look in all directions for someone else she could be addressing. Unlikely, I'm the only one here, so I nod.
リバイバルは？敗者復活戦は？リターンマッチは？
Maybe for next year?
白状門。
Heart, she grabs me and shakes me in every direction. And
どう
does
して身を
some.
挺して陰謀阻止しない？貴様、それでも男か？誉れ高き日本男児か？
What the
歯
hell?
を食いしばれ、修正してやる。
She swings her fists. However, I strike first with a chop to her head.
父さんにもぶたれたことないのに。
She scowls at me, half teary. Is she still keen? But she does not launch another attack and just lies sprawled on the ground.
い
Then
じめた、いじめた、いじめた。お兄ちゃんが妹ちゃんをいじめた。
she kicks and struggles. Ah! I hastily try to stop her, but I can't get near her as her panties come in and out of view. Thanks to that, a number of girls pass by chuckling. Stop it, I beg you! The only thing to do is behave modestly. Then she stops crying and leaps up. The tear stains are very real, but she looks smug. She was faking it.
たわいもない。女の涙くらいで動揺しよって。いつか女で痛い目を見るぞ。
At this very moment, it feels like I am. Is this an unlucky day? Is it the difficulty with women that Yuji always says I have? However, although it is the first time it's happened today, it feels like deja vu. This act is tense just a tiny bit. I feel like I've seen this high tension level before every week somewhere. Every week. And a group of female students pass by in all ways.
会長だ。お休みじゃなかったんだ。
会長、かわいい手振って。
President. Ah! Could she be? Student Council President? Thump. The Student Council President bangs her head against the tree. Huh? Was I wrong?
もしかして今の今まで全然気づいてなかったとか。
Yeah, though I got the feeling I had seen you somewhere before. The president staggers.
初めて味わう敗北感。こんなミジンコのお味噌に負けてしまった私の人生ってミジンコほどの価値もなかったのね。虚しいな人生は。せめてプラナリアだったらな。
What a horrible way to put it. For the loss I gave her the rose I was still holding on to. This must have been destiny too. That's just trivial something.
お前なかなかいいやつだな。
With that alone, she recovers and gets up. She points to me, holding her rose to her chest.
貴様名前は
Takaki Kono?
1年だな。よし君は今日からタカリャンだ。
She just hold on. I don't get it.
安心しろ。
Is that she
Taiga
just looked at his
yatashi mo
uniform and knew
zenzen
from that, or did she literally just hear his name? It's like, ah, okay, he's from first year. Because that would be kind of impressive. Shouldn't you see a doctor about that?
その代わり私のこともマーリャンと呼んでいいぞ。
That can't be your real name.
私の体を通り過ぎていくだけの男に名前なんていらないのさ。
Please don't say things to bring on misunderstandings. On the whole, the situation was complicated and unusual.
細かいやつだ。ベッドに時計を持ち込んで自分が早漏か遅漏か測ってそうだな。
Right? Doesn't this girl have any self-consciousness? She doesn't have any awareness of a girl and just says, "Go to me a tamane do."
とりあえず今日はタカリャンと遊べて楽しかったぞ。バッハハーイなのだ。
He says and turns to leave the school.
なんだいタカリャン。この私の第一ボタンが欲しくなったのかい？
No, it's not that. I say to the student council president, "Don't you want to get your graduation certificate? I'm sure it's in the staff room." Well, it's almost certainly is. To which she grins and answers.
いや、どうせ私単位足りなくて追試に合格しないと卒業証書もらえない人だったし。
Repeating. She's tiring. A tiring person. Who did this? Who chose this person as student council president?
あ、そうだ。今朝もちゃんとタカ君の音声調べてきたよ。
Is it trouble with women because then it's one day late? You always barely make it in time, but when it comes to that, you're diligent. Tried to get her off side, but went completely over her
当
head.
然だよ。
She says and touches his chest proudly. Normally,
今朝のタカ君の音声は、
she puts a finger to her forehead for a moment, then taps her fist on her palm.
そう、仕事運はちょっと落ち込み気味。気分を切り替えるのが吉。恋愛運は、今日のデートは盛り上がりそうです。のびのびと楽しみましょう。金運は、思いがけない出費がありそうです。
Oh yeah, dates, unexpected expenses kind of go hand in hand.
財布の紐はしっかり締めときましょう。
I always think so, but this fortune is particularly mismatched. I guess it has to be the suit to suit as many people as possible.
そうかな。
To begin with, I have no dates and won't be going anywhere with anyone.
じゃあ帰りに私とどっかで遊んでこうよ。
What about the unexpected expenses? Make sure to zip up your wallet.
あ、ちなみにラッキーアイテムは青いキーホルダーだよ。はいこれ。
He says and hands me a penguin-shaped keychain. What's that?
よしおだよ。
Yoshio?
かわいいよね。
It does indeed appear to be shaped like a penguin, but it seems an ugly breed with flat lips, a beard, and smoking a cigar.
つけといてあげるね。
Oh, without a pause, she hangs that on my bag. Thanks.
どういたしまして。
I pull the handkerchief from my coat pocket and stare at it. The handkerchief I got from the girl I met during the graduation ceremony. Not only did I not get her name, I promised to pretend we never met. Somehow I ended up keeping this cloth. Though I should really thank her and return it.
なんだそりゃ。
Ah! Her card as Yuji appears in front of me. I stuff the handkerchief back in my pocket before Yuji can annoy me. But Yuji doesn't miss anything.
それ、女物のハンカチだよな。
It's not. I deny it, but my face goes red. Sensing my discomfort, Yuji smiles, thinking obscene things.
まさかお前、やっぱそっちの方の趣味が？
What sort of interest do you mean? Put my hand to my cheek, stressed by his accusation. Things get more complicated as I try to deny it. Just something from the graduation ceremony. Decided not to hide basic truth.
そういえばお前、係だったんだよな。
Yeah, that's when I got lent this, but I didn't get a chance to
す
return
ると
it.
何か？そこで卒業生のお姉様とロマンスがあったんだな。
Typical of Yuji to think of love affairs, however, romance.
やっほほほ
Not a chance!
は？
Nothing, just talking to myself. Why did I think of Marian-senpai? Look, it's no big deal. Besides,
それにあ
nothing!
おい
I rush out of the room. Yuji doesn't believe it's nothing and pursues me.
でも気になってるんだろ探すなら今日お前が女に興味持つなんて次のハレー彗星までありえないからな
It's fine, I'm
ど
okay.
うしてせっかくのロマンスなんだろ
Why?
見なかったことにしてほしいの。
Right, I promise. Can't do anything more than return it. In hesitation, Yuji starts filling his head with other wild ideas.
でもまあ卒業生か確かにちょっと厳しいかもな卒業アルバム見れば名前はわかるけどさもう学校にいないからな
I didn't say she was a graduate. Huh? For some reason, I get the same uncomfortable feeling as earlier. Am I forgetting something? Have I mistaken something?
Oh.
What? Yuji?
まずいこっち来い
Huh? Someone's coming down the corridor. She strides through the hallway, parting people into two like Moses parting the
バ
waters.
カ見るな魂抜かれるぞ
I'm yanked away and Yuji forces me to look out the window, but I can see a little. That's,
Baka!
Pull away Yuji's hands and see her. She sees me too. However, the look in her eyes is different from back then. There's nothing sad about those eyes. They're cold, terribly cold, piercing eyes. Oddly, guilt surges inside me. I break eye contact, wanting to flee.
お前生徒会長に何したんだ
Student Council President?
お前ありゃむっちゃくちゃ怒ってる目だったぞ一体どんな粗相をやらかしたんだよ
But...
お前の学園生活真っ暗闇だぞ絶対にいびり殺されるからな
What do you mean? Murdered? But that person? I don't think
なん
so.
だって
She was actually rather really kind.
は
Yuji shakes his
あ
head.
これだから女に免疫ないやつは
Yuji passed me
勘
the shoulder.
違いだってどっちにしろもう忘れろ
No, it's not. No, it's, I mean, I have that handkerchief. The handkerchief that was so softly placed. It's lunchtime! Yuji and I head to the cafeteria.
そうそう聞いたんだけどさ
Yuji abruptly speaks to me.
メイド学食ってのはなかったけどメイドロボが働く学食ってのはあるらしいぞ
What? What the heck are you talking about? There's been a lot of idle gossip lately, but this...
姉貴が通ってた学校ってのが全寮制の超お嬢様学校だったろ金がよっぽど余ってたらしくてメイドロボを使ってたんだってさしかもクルス川の最上域
Huh?
でそのメイドロボが学食で掃除したり配膳手伝ったりしてるんだ羨ましいよな
There are places for these maid robots, of course.
でも一つ問題があってな
Problem?
そのメイドロボ警備ロボも兼ねてるらしくてさ学校の生徒職員のデータベースとリンクして不審者チェックしてる上に格闘プログラムもインストールされてるらしいんだくっそーもったいねえな
Yuji, what on earth were you scheming? Oh Jesus Christ! We have a fucking assortment of picks here. Now, realistically, I would be fucking annoyed that I still have this fucking handkerchief, and I would just walk up to her and give it to her anyways, even after the fucking promise. Like, essentially just walk up to her, give it to her, and see like, okay, if you want the promise to still be a thing, it can be a thing now. However, that is yours. I gave it back to you. Peace. So yeah, let's give it back. I've arrived at the student council room. What am I thinking? I'm breaking that promise. I still have the handkerchief in my pocket. That one that revealed her kindness. But what am I supposed to do now? I'm sure the student council president isn't that cold-hearted, or that's not what I should be telling the president now, is it? That's all she wanted to say to me. So much I want to ask her. I shouldn't be getting involved in whatever was happening then. I was just a bystander. Her breakup promises I was involved. Isn't that just being meddlesome? It did take to the infirmary to console her. Consoling someone and buying them an orange juice is not exactly saving someone. Perhaps I should leave. Right, I should go before I get carried away. That's what I should do. That's what I think. Turn about, face. Ah! In my surprise, I stupidly fall back on my butt. But the student council president doesn't even raise an eyebrow at the shameful sight and locks the door to the student council room as though nothing happened. Then she goes to enter the room. Call out to her. Student council president, who was about to enter the student council room, turns around slowly and eventually opens her mouth.
何かご用？
It's the first time I've been in the council room. There's a lot here, but it's all sorted neatly. Stumble around like some dazzled country bumpkin. But this president ignores my behavior. She's probably used to it. In one corner of the long table lies a bundle of documents. A notebook rests nearby, signifying where the president probably sits. But I have no place here, so all I can do is stand here dumbfounded. On the other hand, the president takes out a packet of vegetable juice, jams a straw in it, and starts sucking. With the vice president clutching the packet with both hands, there's something unusually charming about it. I find myself smiling. He senses my response and looks at me with an upturned
い
gaze.
つまでいるの？
I return to my senses and remember why I'm here. I rummage from the pocket and offer her the handkerchief. Here. For a brief moment, she looks at the handkerchief, then her gaze drops.
知らないわ。
Huh?
知らないわ。そんなもの。
But I'm sure back then. I'm about to explain. However, at that moment, I read her eyes. Everything and anything. Right. Everything and anything. Everything never happened. That was everything. It was just that wasn't just the fact that she was skipping the event. Crying and tearing at the paper obviously got the wrong impression. Right now, I'm just meddling.
それだけ？
Look downward and don't answer. Here's the thing. At this point, I would still just leave the fucking thing here. Well, if it's not yours, maybe another student will come here to find it. I'm gonna leave it there. Bye-bye.
じゃあ、もう用は済んだってことよね。
She says to me, emotionless. She wants anyone without any business being here to leave. That's what she's implying. So not answering, I just become more frustrated. Pardon my intrusion. The president and I part without saying anything. You're still here.
仕事いっぱいあるから。
Lies, you were in the fucking archives. I saw you. She says, and Komaki smiles, but discerns something from my expression. She asks,
何か悩み事？
what do you
顔
ask?
にそう書いてあるから。
Does it show that clearly? Wipe my face with my
大
sleeve.
丈夫？何かあるならお話聞くけど。
I know. Well, I do. Curious what other people might think of it, so I'll try sounding out what Komaki thinks. Komaki, do you know the student council president?
もちろん、クラス委員の仕事でよく会ってるから。
Alright, then. Take a deep breath and ask Komaki. Do you think the president is a cold-hearted person? A moment's silence. Komaki smiles a little troubled, takes a breath and turns and
ど
answers.
うかな。そう見えることもあるけど。
Komaki continues
でも
cautiously.
それは仕方がなかったと思うの。生徒会長さんってすごく真面目な人だから。前の生徒会長は面白くてイベントいっぱい盛り上げて人気があったけど、その分無茶なこといっぱいしちゃってたの。
I remember that too. There were an absurd number of events last year. Regardless of what I thought of the previous president, the fact is that Marion Senpai had made all the regular students expect the student council to liven up the school with events year-round instead of a few one-off celebrations. If you judge the president by school spirit, Marion Senpai was surprisingly the perfect
で
president.
もね、そのせいでいつも予算とかスケジュールとかピンチでその帳尻合わせてたの。当時副会長だった楠川先輩だったと思うの。
The president.
もともと生真面目だったところにそういうことしてたから余計に人に厳しくなったというのはあるんじゃないかな。人を寄せつけない理由はわからないけど、でも新選組副長だった土方歳三って本当は優しい人だったけど、近藤勇を立て新選組を律するために厳しくなったって本で読んだことあるの。生徒会長も本当はそうなのかも。
In the end, is that it? I like to believe it, but I get the feeling there's something more deep-rooted. However, the truth is that Komaki, having said that, has made me feel somewhat better. Thanks, Komaki. That puts me a little at ease. I give Komaki my thanks and turn to leave the classroom.
待って。
Komaki calls out to stop me. Is there something else? I turn around. Komaki smiles bashfully and hastens to add.
私は河野くんが考えてるような人が本当の生徒会長に近いと思うな。
Cute plush toy has its inherent huggability qualities, to be sure, but it's undeniable that some of our affection comes from their role as a stand-in. Looking after a pet takes commitment and dedication. You're caring for another life, after all. Being holy in your responsibility. Cat, a dog, a turtle. Caring for the real deal can be a trial. The love of a true companion far surpasses the reflected warmth of a stuffed animal. Still, I can do it without a real beer. Actually, I'd probably run away screaming. What the fuck was that? What the fuck was any of that? Don't fucking talk to me with that language. Konami comes out while her mouth is stuffed with toast. The lady shouldn't have bad manners even for an instant. Somehow it seems like she's saying I had no choice.
はい、タカ君、これ持ってって。はるかさんからの愛の差し入れ。
She says and hands over a bundle of wrapped in aluminium
ど
foil.
うせコーンフレークだけなんでしょ。おむすびを作っておいたから食べながら行きなさいな。あ、包みはちゃんとゴミ箱にね。
Thank you.
いいのいいの。遠慮なんかいらないんだから。食べながら行くんならタカ君だって行儀悪いよ。
It's good. It's great for me. For me.
しかもタカ君の方が合成だよ。
I unwrap the foil and Konami voices her objections. Inside the bundle are 2 rice balls with prawn tails poking out of them. It's a prawn tail ball.
おかずの残り物で申し訳ないんだけど。
Not at all, I'll gratefully enjoy them.
お母さん、タカ君ばっかそんなのずるいよ。何言ってるの。そんなこと言って、今日はパンがいいってダダこねたの。好みでしょ。しかも、タカ君待たせてたのに。
Really?
と。
In an instant, at incredible speed, Konami steals a prawn tail ball, bites into it, and dashes off to the entryway. But hang on!
いってらっしゃい。気をつけてね。
I'll show you the wrath of a man stolen of his food! Jesus Christ, we're immediately thrown here again. I guess that means the introduction is largely overdone and done with. Possible. I'm stubborn. You fucking take your goddamn handkerchief back! I'm about to knock on the door of the student council room, but I stopped just before doing so. I'm here, but what should I say? I have no business here. She flatly refused the handkerchief before. Should I say that I'm here because I'm worried about the student council president? Sounds more like a counseling offered at an infirmary. The student council room sure is far away. It's right before my eyes, but I'm unable to enter. Anxiety causing me to become unconscious of blood thumping through my head. Hey, I made it this far. Why hesitate? Just knock. Brace myself and reach out. Here goes. 1, 2, 3. Ah! A loud voice assails me and I fall butt first, making a complete fool of myself again. I pull back to look up and...
Oi.
She says...
まさか、私の名前を忘れたとか言うなよな。
I murmur in response. No, it's that my level is still too embarrassed to call you Marian. Ow!
お前だってタカリャンって呼ばれてるくせに。
You're the only one who calls me that, though! I grabbed the shoe on my cheek and shoved it away. Thought it set the record straight here and now, but another voice interjects. The student council president isn't sort of disturbance, she's just overlooked.
戦略的撤退だ。タカリャン二等兵。
Huh? She snatches me with a near headlock and drags me up to the rooftop. Just fucking...
一発。
Just fucking comes up there and fucking drags him off. Ow. I'm examining my bruises from where my clothing was torn from her absurdity. What are you doing, Miyaran-senpai?
いやー、なんとなく。
Just felt like it, you say? I hold the head, demoralized. Just leave me alone, please. I came to see the president. I try to shoo Marian-senpai away. Marian-senpai only pouts.
だ。扉の前でいつまでもグズグズしてたくせに。
Well, I'm flustered. She found my weakness. Then Marian-senpai pats me on the back and trumpets.
だけど、もう安心だぞ、タカリャン君。
Huh?
そんなこともあろうかと。私は生徒会室の隣の女子トイレで待ち伏せてたのだ。
I stare at Marion Senpai. She puffs her chest
い
out.
やいや惚れても無駄だぞタカリャン。でもチューなら1回150円でしてやろう。
No, but Marion Senpai?
なんだねサンダース軍曹。
You've been there all along?
ずーっとだ。
Even all the time after school?
そうだぞすごかろう。
Having confirmed that, I ask her one critical question. So, the supplementary exam. Did you take it? Ow! Marion directs a flurry of punches at my head.
せっかく嫌な現実から目を背けてたのに。
Don't use me as an excuse to escape from reality.
いいんだよタカリャンは女生徒たちのオナペットなんだから。
I mean, that's true, but at the same time implies that he is sexy enough for girls to, you know, pick him out specifically to masturbate to, which in a way comes around from being an insult to a compliment. Please don't use me for that. I'll sue you for using my likeness.
せっかくタカリャン可愛いから目をつけてやってるのにお知らず。
That's an unwelcome favor!
まあそんな些細なことはどうでもいい。
No, I don't think it's trivial at all, so far as seniors go.
私に任せろ。
Wait. I blink, unable to follow her sudden conclusion. Then Marion Senpai explains simply enough for me to understand.
私がタカリャンとサーリャンをラブラブにしてやろう。
I don't care that I'll fucking toss everything all over the place. I'm grabbing this now. Spit peas all over the damn place. No, that's not quite it. Leslie turned down her absurd offer, but she doesn't hear me.
つらこー。
Ah! I'm dragged along by Marion Senpai once more, heading for the stairs. We tumble down the stairs and hide in the shadows, staking out the student council room. Soon after, the door opens and out comes the president in a tracksuit. Looks like she said it somewhere.
ジャージに着替えてるし、多分中庭の手入れかなんかだと思う。あの子、そういうのまめにする子だから。
I'm a little surprised at Marion's comment. There's nothing in the way she speaks that suggests that she's mocking the president. If anything, it sounds like admiration.
何？
Marion looks at me, not recognizing my disbelief. Ah, nothing. I had heard Senpai and the president, perplexed that the rumors rift between them. I hurtled into the question. It's just that I'd heard you and the president didn't get along well. I scrutinized her expression as she briskly answers.
よくはないな。
So it is true they separated after an argument, but there is no trace of resentment from her towards the president. So it's Can I ask that? I gather my resolve and blurt out, "Do you like the president?" I look at Marion Senpai. She doesn't answer. She doesn't even look at me. But there is a newfound tenderness in her expression that serves as an
よし
answer.
中庭に行ったな。
I see now why. But when she's gone into the courtyard, we stand before the student council
では
room.
作戦を開始するぞ。俺のことはサーと呼べ。
Sir, yes, sir. I affirm. I feel there's something wrong about all this, but I decide to follow her command. Marion declares the first stage of a battle
まず
plan.
手を出せ。
And,
両方ついてるだろ。右と左に。
well, they're attached. It's by my hand. No idea, but regardless, I hold both my hands out to her. Huh? Ah! I hear a scraping sound and feel coldness on my wrist. These are
ふふん。
handcuffs! Senpai? Is this some kind of joke? I beg Marion, looking for a glimmer of hope or a reason. The Senpai whips out a stretch of tape and answer. Ah! Marion sweeps my feet before I can escape and I topple over helpless. Help? I call out to anyone for help. After school, however, there's no sign of life. My pleas just echoes down the corridor.
ははーい。
Ah! Zip stick. In seconds, I'm wrapped up in tape like a mummy. I struggle, but the tape is so sticky there's no way I'm going to break free. Senpai, you gotta listen to me!
往生際が悪いぞ
She says. She takes out a duplicate key, opens the student council door, and rolls me in. What the hell are you doing?
せっかくだしタカリャンとサーリャンの出会いをドラマティックに演出しようと思ったのだ私ってば優しいね
This is nothing but shocking! She doesn't listen at all. She tears open the locker and with her tiny frame managed to stuff me into it. That's some kind of sweet smell on this locker.
うんだってサーリャンが1年半にわたって使い続けてる愛用のロッカーだしほらこれサーリャンの生制服脱ぎたて30分以内だぞ
After tending to the guard, fucking Sasara just comes back, opens the locker, he's just in there. Kill me. Just goes full spy from the goddamn Meet the Medic short. Which, by the way, that one and Meet the Spy are still two of my favorite ones. And now he is here to fuck us. So listen, pay attention. For pornography starring your mother is the least of your worries. Which, like, I like the short about the French dude the most alongside the medic. Which, like, that takes a lot. Ah! As soon as I realize what the cloth is in my face, I shriek, "Let me out! Let me out!" But Marian Senpai clutches me and shoves me in further, heartlessly behaving as a judge, jury, and executioner.
多分1時間くらいで戻ってくると思うではサーリャンに思いの丈をぶつけてくれたまへ
Senpai! Marian salutes, beams, and slams the door shut. She even locks it. Ah! It's dark! It's scared! It's scary! I'm being bound like this in a dark, cramped locker. My sanity points are dwindling. To add to the agony, the student council president's fresh clothing sticks to my face, removed from her body less than half an hour ago. I'm not even thinking anything but incredible heat energy surging from my face. It's no good. I'm dying. Am I really gonna die? Someone save me! Even Satan will do! About 1 hour later. I hum a meaningless tune to myself over and over. Over 80% of my brain has been destroyed. Soon enough, I'll be as good as dead. As my brain ceases to function, it's just peaceful word at the beginning of heaven. My life is as good as done. It hardly matters if this goes on forever. I have completely forgotten the earthly world, reaching spiritual enlightenment. In fact, God seems to be inviting me to achieve further spiritual evolution in purgatory. Sound reverberates in my head. Sound of a door opening. Don't tell me. That sighs the student council president. I sense the student council president's presence in front of the locker. Actually, through the locker's cracks, I can see her. What's more, I think she thinks she's alone. She shimmies out of her tracksuit. Okay. Wait, fuck, where is it? Okay, there it is. Found it. God damn it. It's just barely off screen, so I can't drag it. There we go. Nah, good. Now then. Up. I still need to push ToHeart2 below everything. Alright, she shimmies out of her tracksuit. Ah, I can make out the president's breasts. They're so plump. My God, womankind is amazing. What are you doing looking there? Shit. Me being here doing this, anyone would think I'm a pervert. No, you're literally tied up with duct tape. No one would think you're a pervert. Everyone would think you're kidnapped if they used 2 of their brain cells. Please don't open the door. But my request is in vain as her key digs into the locker and she stands facing it. She puts her hands on the door. I pray for a miracle from deep in my heart, and then the president notices something and steps back from the locker. It's a miracle. Thank God. Thank you, my friend. Thank you, Satan. But when I feel relieved, I lose my balance and lean on the door. Wow. As the door creaks open, the holy image unfolds in its glory. As she registers I'm in the locker, her eyes stretch open. Oh no. Oh no, Senpai! This is technically fine, since she still is wearing her bra. However, I know how YouTube is, so I'm not risking it. I try to fill the silence. There's a really good reason for this. Student Council President. Let's say... Ah! Student Council President! President! Student Council President faints and falls onto the floor. I attempt to squirm out of the locker like a pathetic worm. I foolishly fall over and land on top of her. I'm stuck to her soft body. Ah! It's Raw! Raw, Student Council President! Don't call her Raw! I shriek again as I have numerous times today. God, Satan, please have mercy. Kill me!
大丈夫？
I am in fact not okay. Not at all. Yeah. Just confirming that, her pale face reddens. In the end, it lasted 3 minutes, but to me it was an eternity. When she came to, she managed to tear the tape off me, and that's how I narrowly escaped death. However, taking a sidelong glance, the image of her body and her underwear flashed in my mind. I hastily look away. This is awkward. How do I explain this one? This is basically Marion's fault, but whether she can accept that, I take sidelong glances at her over and over and try to find the right time to start talking. But she opens her mouth before I can get a word in.
もしかしてマーリャン先輩のせい？
I'm floored by her sudden deduction and nod.
困った人ね。いつも私を困らせるの。
She sure is. She schemed us up, even though she hasn't taken her supplementary exam. She could be studying. I tell her. She sadly smiles in agreement.
でもどうして先輩はあなたを巻き込んでこんなことしたのかしら。
Well, I'm at a loss to ask such a basic question. That just brings up one
先
possibility.
輩に頼まれたの？私の面倒を見ろって。
Look after you, Student Council President? No, I denied, but I don't know what I should say. What do I want from her? What do I want to say to her? Thoughts go round and round in my head. I face her and say, it's because I want to see you.
ああ。もしかしてこないだの文句？
No, I frantically search for the words. I just didn't think you are the callous person everyone says you are, and I wanted to confirm that for myself. But she doesn't look at me. She just brushes me off.
私は冷たい人間よ。間違ってないわ。私は私しか見ていない。他の人を見たりしてないの。
But hearing that just makes me step closer. Student Council President, I've heard you've always been alone. In which case, can I be of use to you? She turns her head towards me. You could use my male strength for physical labor. I can be useful for things like moving flower beds and taking out the trash. You can concentrate on the essential business, surely that will be more efficient. Please allow me to work by your side. I bow.
困るわ。そんなこと。
Why is it embarrassing? She says, her voice shaking, but I stay
困る
bowed.
の。お願い。顔を上げて。
Is that a request as Student Council President?
そうじゃない。そうじゃないわ。
Girls today called the icy vice commander can't hide her troubled
どうして
expression. She sits
ど
down.
うしてあなたまでマーリャン先輩みたいなことを言うの？どうして
I answer. That's because I think you really aren't such an icy person after all. She says nothing. I'm a little disappointed, but that will do for now. I just thought I should confirm what I believed. Tell her cheerfully. And we go and buy it. I'll buy you a drink. She sounds surprised at my proposition. What do you like? Juice? Coffee? Maybe even tea? She raises her
河
voice.
野さん
A name for an incident that didn't happen comes from the girl I've never met. She claps her hands over her mouth. But she can no longer escape. Nothing. The nothing that happened couldn't have not happened. She says in a thin
ジュー
voice.
ス 100% 果汁
Sorry, I don't have that game. Can you choose another one? I've Master Duel if it's a card game you want. I do have Mario Party upstairs. If it's more the party aspect you want. Dokkan Kingdom as well. I'm convinced that I will absolutely flatten you, but you know. I say that, but I constantly take risks that I shouldn't be taking, and it somehow just works out. I don't know why. I say that, but I took like 5, like, big old risks yesterday. 3 of them failed. Roger, student council president. You ought to head out the door, but she calls out to me once more. Yes? She still can't bring herself to look at me.
生徒会長はやめて。くす川でいいわ。
Kuzugawa. I'm out the name, getting used to it. Okay, Kuzugawa senpai. Shouldn't say whether I should say senpai or not. However, instead she asks me.
本気なの？
Truly? This event definitely happened. Kuzugawa finally gazes at me and informs me of the cold facts.
今、私に味方すれば、世界の敵よ。
The world may enemy. That may not be an exaggeration, for as far as this realm of the school is concerned, it's true. Grip my fists and make my decision. Mighty well.
河野さん。
It's a battle of the word. Fight in silence, Marion senpai. I'm sure there's nothing I can do. But there is something I want to do. That is, she moves her fingertips towards my hand and
バ
puts
カ
stop.
ね。
Kuzugawa mutters.
本当にバカだわ。
Being a Mormon is what I do! I turn off the lights and go close the curtains. As I approach, I detect the smell of ramen from Koike's house. Miso ramen today, eh? That's unusual for Koike. Start salivating. This miso ramen, rich with butter and sweet corn kernels, takes hold of my mind. Shake off the desire, close the window, and head back to bed. I'm definitely putting miso in tomorrow morning's noodles. Definitely. She sneezes. What's up, you got a cold?
大丈夫。
Be careful. It's graduation today. Don't want your memories spoiled. She nods happily for some reason. Watch me like go for every single event that Sasura has, but she is one of the routes you can't do until later playthroughs, so it's just all wasted. Right, I'll try my best today. Slap my cheeks and throw open the door to the student council room. Morning! Kuzugawa is busily typing away at something on the PC and looks up surprised. Isn't it good afternoon?
そうね。
She looks overtired, but focuses back on her PC. She's acting as though she doesn't see me at all. Well, it's not like I expected to get along with her so soon. But I'm not phased. I decided to do this. So, without any real expectations, I move closer to her and speak. Do you have any work for me? She's unprepared for my presence. She searches under the desk, flustered. Don't have to force yourself to try and find something.
無理なんかしてないわ。
She awkwardly starts pecking at the keyboard again. I'm so close that her arms brush against me as she types. I retreat and sit at a little distance away from her. But having become so conscious of me, she's not going to easily become unaware. She's probably used to being by herself in the student council room. She keeps glancing at me while continuing her work. After a little while, she appears to have finished her documents and holding a number of printouts, she glances over at me. Work for me? Jump up and waiting for a
こ
response.
れは。
Senpai appears at loss for words, but I can guess easily that it's work for me. Take the papers from Kuzugawa's hand. Leave it to me. I'm like a PA.
秘書？
That is to say, personal annoyance. She's a loss for words in a way that clearly tells me that's what a PA really means to her. Feel free to use me as much as you like at will, please.
だけど、
So what should I do with these? She looks down and waits for me to give the answers back, the papers back to her. Realizing I will return them, she sighs and says,
コピーお願いできる？
Copy? Okay, right away. I'm about to head off in double time when she halts me. What is it?
部数を言ってないわ。それに、どこでコピーできるか知ってるの？
Alright! She sighs deeper this time and says,
20部。職員室で。
Excuse me, I'm here for the student council. I need to use the photocopier. That's what it declares I arrive at the machine, to which the teacher comes over to
楠
confirm.
川じゃないのか。そういや最近生徒会長に顎で使われてる1年がいると聞いたが、お前のことか。
Bossing? Are we saying that? I've only gone shopping for her once. Such an exaggeration suits the negative views of Kusagawa. I'm not being bossed around, I'm helping out voluntarily.
しかし一人で買い出しに行ったり荷物持ちをしたり、どう見ても体育会系のそれと変わらんぞ。
Well, I guess
まあせいぜい楠川の機嫌を損ねるような真似をするなよ。逆鱗に触れれば恩義のある前生徒会長でも生徒会室から叩き出すからな、彼女は。
I'm back. We're going to turn as fast as possible and behold Kusagawa pacing the room uneasily.
河野さん
Kusagawa scrambles to return to her seat, but a moment too late. Was she worried about me, or rather the copies that much? Anyway, I'll fork over the copies. That completes my duty. Her voice rises on receiving the
ステ
copies.
ープラー
Stapler?
職員室のコピー機にはステープラーで止める機能がついてたの。
So now did I screw up? She takes the blame for
い
me.
いの。言い忘れたのは私だから。
She grabs a stapler from the shelf and begins to staple the papers herself. That's a fail. I happily return to her seat and observe. Then Senpai lifts the juice from the desk. She sucks on the straw, but it makes a rattling sound. It's empty. All right. Get up again and ask her. Kusagawa, would you like juice?
ダメよ。
The actress was almost unlike her. Was most unlike her. Her face flushes, realizing she's broken character. What's wrong? Are you on a diet?
そうじゃ。
She fumbles for
河野
words.
さん、今さっき下に降りたばかり。
Huh. Is that all? She remains quiet. It does appear that's all her concern. But all I have to do is go up and down. She's just reluctant to exploit me. This too confirms her coldness is only pretense. But I cheerfully inform her, don't worry, I'm feeling unusually fulfilled. Besides, I enjoy being here with you.
楽しいだなんて。
She grips her fist somewhat weakly, her thumbs laced under her fingers.
やめて、河野さん。そんなこと言わないで。
Senpai?
お願い。何も言わないで。
She must be hurting. Why? What would saying that hurt her like that? It was way too awkward. He's always showing restraint and is bad at seeking other people's help. That's why she keeps her distance and does everything herself. There's something here that frightens her for sure. I'm overthinking this. Game's easy to get to sleep tonight. There's nothing in particular on my mind, but I'm restless. Forced myself into the covers, but my eyelids just won't drop. Don't think about tomorrow's plans. Thinking about something boring made me sleepy. My thoughts gradually dim. That's right. Tomorrow's plans. Statue. $11.
コナミ、起きなさい。
So, should I ask what's today's excuse?
ね、
Alarm clock's battery was just changed.
ね、時間を。
Forgot to set the time. You've already said that many times. Look, forget it. Just hurry up and get ready. Unless you're happy for me to go on ahead.
待って待って。
Alright, alright. Good grief, how hopeless. Personal annoyance ho! Alright. Psych myself up for another encounter with Kusagawa. Energy bubbles from within my very core. However,
おーい
shit. Enthusiasm fizzles out like a soft drink going flat. It's Yuji. What is it? I'm busy.
聞いたぞ聞いたぞ。お前副長の使いっぱやらされてるって本当か？
That term is starting to piss me off. I'm not being forced, I'm doing it of my own free will.
またまた高明くんご冗談を。
It's no joke, I'm serious.
それなんかの企画？
I'm not planning anything. I just said I would help her out. I'm an absolutely unwanted helper.
マジなのかよ。
He's so shocked he's frozen stiff. Looks like his heart stopped beating. So I'm off. Have to go help Kusugawa-senpai. Yuji returns to his senses and yanks my arm to stop me.
マジかよお前副長になんか騙されたり弱み握られて無理やり働かされてんじゃないだろうな
That strikes a nerve with me. I remember the handkerchief, a crumpled juice box, to concern her eyes. I tear my arm away and shout, "Don't call her Vice Commander. Kusugawa is no Vice Commander."
高木
The whole class is staring at me and everyone around me goes silent. I stop myself as I try to calm down. Pick up the bag I dropped, call out to the bystanders. She's not a bad person. She's still a little unsociable and awkward. Everyone's misunderstood her. Thought you were friends, so at least you could stop joking around and calling her that. Leave it at that and escape the classroom. I can make out a commotion from my classmate as I leave. Classmates, probably. I can't tell what they're saying, but based on their tone, it's nothing I'd want to hear. I'm the world's enemy. That's what Kusugawa said. Finally starting to get that feeling. This first year, Senpai remained silent about this and just gone on about her work. I'm appalled at the thought she'd had to be aware of this since then. Good afternoon! I'm still feeling wronged. I force myself to see cheers out to the student council room. I hear the flutter of paper falling at that very moment. Senpai?
ええ
Kusugawa gathers up the documents she dropped and goes on sorting them as though nothing happened. She looks over at me, but quickly shifts her attention back to the documents in her hand. Some most awkward behavior. I'm not sure what she's thinking, but I'm caught by some negative emotion that's gradually built up. That I'm caught by some negative emotions that gradually build up, and I let out a little sigh. With that happening, it's no wonder she's branded a misanthropic. Nah, this could easily pass as antisocial. She doesn't express anything, just stores everything up inside. So will I just be making her unhappier by forcing my way into her life? Are you angry with me? If you think I'm being a nuisance, then I think so too.
それは
She looks like she's about to say something, but that's where it ends. She shuts her lips and holds whatever those words were deep within. Why does she do this? Senpai, can I say something? Something bothering you? Well, I want to see me again, then she places a finger to her lips. Senpai? Kusugawa just quietly shakes her head.
やめましょうバカみたい
Senpai?
本当バカみたいだわ
She says with a wistful look on her
言わ
face.
ずにいればきっと誰も傷ついたりしないんだから
Kusugawa gets up and leaves the room. I'm coming! Pursue her at a rapid pace.
どうしてついてくるの
Well, can't think of anything to say. Just didn't want to leave her alone.
あ
That's
なた
all.
もマーリアン先輩と同じなのね自分勝手にそうやって
Despite that jab, Kusugawa stands still. A number of girls fill the corridor and the path is blocked. They're busy talking to themselves and don't appear to have noticed us. Kusugawa avoids looking at the girls. She says nothing, but just stands silently. I look at the girls. Senpai? Call out to her, but she doesn't respond. Jeez. Can't take it anymore and try to clear the path of my own initiative. Excuse me! The girls look at me simultaneously. They all stare and I falter, unable to find anything else to say. But those girls are in shock. What they're looking at is Kusugawa. He's not looking at girls, but staring out the window with their arms crossed. All the girls are suddenly in a flurry.
生徒会長やだ怒ってるよ
Someone tugs on the other girl's sleeves and they all take off and leave. Are they escaping from Kusugawa? I'm not surprised with her looking so gloomy, even more so since she's important as the student council president. She sits there quietly all along, regardless of beginnings and endings, without uttering a word, laboring out her duties. It's hard to see her as doing anything but sadly absorbing all the pressure. Kusugawa is like that in all the gods. Senpai? Normally someone would say move please, then a thank you would more or less shift their impression of you. I tell her, but she again says nothing. She just stands there awkwardly. She doesn't even refute what I say, but just stands there. It's not like she didn't hear me. She heard. She's just refusing to move. He said that if he says nothing, no one will get hurt. However, I hesitate but then speak. Aren't you getting hurt yourself? Not surprisingly, she still remains silent. If badmouth her, there's a chance she'll respond in anger. But I don't want to hurt her, and pursuing that course of action will do just that. Can't console her, so the only thing left is, let's go buy your juice. That's what you got. That's what got you up. That's why you got up, isn't it? But she shakes her head after that.
私はいいわ。
Really? She won't move as I have no choice but to move myself. She won't move, so I have no choice but to move myself. Senpai really is sweet, and I want everyone to know that. She's not cold-hearted, so I wonder if there's a way I can convey that to everyone somehow. As I lean my head against the vending machine, I notice something. Button. I've camped out at the front of the vending machine, and although I put money into it, I still haven't pressed the button. Should drink something. Question is what? Thinking to myself, my finger hovers above the row of buttons. What to choose? Hold on, see.
私は緑茶がいいな。
To my surprise, someone else's finger reaches out and pushes the green tea button. I sit there dumbfounded. Watch the thief stick a straw in the green tea and gulp it dry. Just the moment they try to drink, just squeeze the fucking thing. Who else would have such an arrogance but...
もう一杯。
Marion!
飲む？一口分残してあげたぞ。
Please don't drink someone else's drink!
選んだのは私だぞ。
The money was mine! I snagged the drink from Marion's hand. Jeez. Put my mouth in the straw. Marion is grinning at me for some reason. What is it? She winks at me.
関節キス。
Totally forgot.
その慌てっぷり。タカリャン、女の子にダメダメっていう噂は本気だったわけね。
Leave me alone. Jeez, what is it with her? What are you doing here with your cheap tricks? Did you take your supplementary exam? Marion puts her hand on her hips in a glad you asked manner and states.
はっはっは。この後に及んで世界史10点だ。
The rest? She's the worst senior ever.
いやー、ベルリン陥落させたのが15歩だってのは知ってるんだけどね。
That's not remotely useful knowledge. That's not remotely useful knowledge.
国家的英雄だぞ。
But this is Japan.
いやー、もしかしたらソ連領かも。21世紀の日本と見せかけつつ、実はコロニーだったりするんだよ。
As per usual, I have no idea what she's talking about. Just where was her brain made?
そういうタカリャンはまたサーリャンのハートをゲットし損ねたか。今日のサーリャンはどんな困ったちゃんだったのかね。言ってみ。
Didn't tell me really that. I didn't really feel like telling. I didn't really feel like telling her, but if I don't, she'd probably do stuff to me. So she probably, well, even if I do tell her. So I explained to her in clear Japanese, Russian, or whatever my native language is supposed to be.
なる。サーリャンの病気が再発したってわけだ。
Illness?
優しくしないで。
Sounds like some kind of song
で、
lyrics.
タカリャン的にはどうすんの？
At the very least, I'm gonna make people reassess their opinion of Kusagawa. Today a friend had a weird misunderstanding of her and those girls just before. I think that's sorts of misunderstandings only serve to hurt Senpai more.
なるへそ。タカリャンはみんなにサーリャン好き好き大作戦してみたいと。
Well, something like that. She scratches her head.
まあ、手はなくはないけど。
Eh? Mariana looks excited.
実は一度やってみたかった作戦があったりするのだ。私にドーンと任せたまへ。
No, 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 no!
まず用意するもの。
Right.
バットを2本。
Two bats?
すでにここに用意してあります。
Please, I'd rather not know. Senpai sulks. That's what the idea... So what's the idea with the baseball bats? What are we doing with them?
ふふふん。聞いて驚け。これぞ驚異のテクノロジー。
Marian seems even fuller of herself than
泣いた
usual.
赤鬼大作戦。
Crying red giant? What?
多分そう。
The red giant wanted to be friends with the villagers, but they were afraid of him, so the blue giant intentionally played the bad guy so the red giant could eradicate him. You mean that?
100点満点だ。俺の代わりに推奨受けてくれ。
No thanks. But I never thought of such an approach. In the circumstance, Kusagawa is a red giant, so who's the blue giant? So who on earth?
まずバットを1本ずつ持つ。
Okay. Take the bats, confused.
構える。
Huh? Get ready? I have no idea what's going on, and Marian darts to the window. Don't tell me.
窓に向かって撃つべし。
Marian sets aim at the window and surveys the bat overhead. Time out! Time out! Time out! Are we both blue giants?
止めるな。武士の情けじゃ。
What? You can't break the
何
windows!
言ってやがる。卒業シーズンの風物詩だぞ。
No, the graduation ceremony finished long ago!
あーこいつ卒業式終わっても卒業証書もらってないであの男を持ってやがるだ。畜生遅れてやる。
We haven't strayed from anything yet! Attack on Marion and pull her back. We've had real world experience at dealing with Marion like this before, so I should know better. Yet somehow it happened again. Ah, somehow.
何してるの？
Eh. Astonished I dropped Marion. That voice is Gawa's. Let's just tell us straight. You're stopping Marion from breaking fucking windows in. Imagining how bad this looks, I begin weaving together an excuse, but Kusugawa just slides by me and stands in front of Marion.
これはどういうことですか？
サーリャン、これには深いわけが。そうラブなのよ。 LOVE サーリャンゴーゴー。
Marion tries to smooth things over with something ambiguous, but Senpai just looks at her as cool as a banana. Not surprisingly, Marion is also pretty frazzled. She looks in all directions. When she confirms there are no excuses present, she points to Kusugawa and shouts,
これで勝ったと思うなよ。
Ah, bad form, Senpai. Don't go using other people's catchphrases like that. I watch her back, amazed as she darts off, helter-skelter to who knows where. Marion. I let out a creaky voice. Then I hear a sigh behind me. That's a good reason. But Kusugawa doesn't even let me finish my pathetic excuse and murmurs.
マーリャン先輩が無理やりあなたを付き合わせたんでしょ？
But it's not like I had no part to play in
ダ
this.
メよ。先輩はああいう人なんだから。
Sorry. She looks somewhat
お
dejected.
願い。私にあなたを心配させないで。
Senpai. She says nothing more but just stands there, not even looking at me. I look down, unable to withstand my own
も
carelessness.
ういいわ。先輩に関わって無事に済んだだけでもよしとしましょう。
He was already locked in a locker for an hour because of her. He has already been harmed. She picks up Marion's metal bat,
片付けましょう。河野さん。
recover the bat handed to me, and handed to me at that
で
suggestion.
もこのバットどこから持ってきたの？
That's right, this bat. Whose is it? It's not Marion's.
ー
We're both surprised at the voice and look over, startled. We see someone in a baseball uniform glancing at the bats we're holding. Don't tell me.
生徒会長、そのバットうちの部のやつで、部の先輩に探してこいって言われて、見つからないと大変なことになるんです。
That's from the baseball club. Marion, please don't go taking other people's stuff. I'll apologize to the baseball club. I grab the baseball bat and Senpai is holding. But she pulls it away and shakes her head.
私も行きます。私が関わってないとはいえ、これは生徒会の問題です。それに
Besides,
有力部である野球部に1年のあなた一人が行っても吊るし上げに遭うだけよ。無意味だわ。
Senpai, sure enough. I feel like I sense a faint
これ
smile.
も私の仕事だから。
Koike is eating ramen late at night again, but I'm having trouble figuring out what kind from the smell. It's not tonkotsu miso. Actually, there's no soy smell at all in it. Of course, it's chicken salt ramen. Well, even knowing that, it's not like I'll be able to eat it. Time to sleep. There are times when I could kill for a salt ramen. My craving intensifies. Shit. Graduation ceremony!
タカ君、
As I exit the door and lock it, I hear Konomi's voice call out behind me.
おはよ
Morning, you're out too now.
ほーら、もたもたしてるからタカ君来ちゃった。せっかく早起きしたのに変に恥ずかしがるから。
Up early.
う。お母さんってば。
はいはい、それじゃ気をつけていってらっしゃい。タカ君、好みお願いね。
Ah, okay. We're off.
あ
Have you been waiting outside all along? Should've just come on in.
うん。
So, you're always slow. What's with leaving home early today?
今日で最後だから 慌てずに行きたいなって。
Today. Ah, yeah, that's right. Today's Konomi's graduation ceremony. So that's why you got up early.
あのね、なんでも。それじゃあ、行ってきます。
Bye, or should I say good luck? Personal annoyance time! Dare I go show my face in student council room? I haven't been remotely useful to Senpai. I'm nothing but a burden. I'm still worried about her. At the very least, I am.
また生徒会長のところか。
Yuji exclaims, seeing me frantically packing up my bags. He says in the same derisive manner, and I object. I told you, but Yuji's reaction is
いい
unexpected.
っていいって、皆まで言うな。
Huh? Yuji breaks out into a grin and whispers
恋
to
し
me.
てるんだから仕方ないよな。
Ha! Where the hell did he pull that out of? He's absolutely
恋は
wrong!
盲目、アバタもエクボ、タで食う虫も好き好きって言うもんな。
Now look here. I'm flabbergasted, but Yuji ignores me, puts his arm around me,
やっ
and
ぱ
teases me.
あの胸か、それともあのツンツンぶりが良かったのか。いやー、まさに姉貴の教育の賜物だな。
I told you, I'm not doing this for such impure motives! I push him away, but Yuji's diatribe continues to
分
escalate.
かってる分かっていい年の生徒会長様を侮辱するようなことを言うなら許さないって言うんだろ。
I have no idea.
まあそういうことにしてやるよ。幸せをつかもうとしてるやつを茶化すのもあれだしな。
He says and puts on an expression that makes me
冷
sick.
静に考えれば美人でスタイルいいしな。姉貴とため張るかな。そして生徒会室であんなことを。
Once I move out, I also won't have access to that one anymore. I'll have to actually buy some proper shit for props and all that.
河野くん、
Sensei.
先生が教えて。
Sensei!
そんなに慌てちゃ。
Tony, it's not like that! I thumbed Yuji into the ground with my bag. I mean, what's with the sensei?
あ、いや、先輩だと語呂悪いし。
You know.
生徒会って生徒会長しかいないんだろ。若い男女が狭い密室で二人っきり。なんて不健康な。
Your imagination is what's completely sick. If I hang around Yuji any longer, I'm gonna catch his stupidity. Right, I'm out of
お
here.
う、頑張ってゲットしてこいよ。
Jeez, don't poke your thumb. That's such a crude suggestive notion. I'm late. This is all Yuji's fault. I wonder if Kuzugawa was angry. Sorry, I'm late. When Kuzugawa notices me arrive, our gaze meet fleetingly. But soon after that, she looks down. Don't ignore me, okay? But it genuinely is an awkward relationship. She's more or less aware of me and at least acknowledges me, but nothing more than that. Not to mention the numerous stuff-ups that happened. I shouldn't be surprised if she said she'd prefer to be alone at some stage. Before we can improve the public impression of Senpai, I need to make a better impression on her. But how do I do that?
河野さん、
Yes? Let's bring to attention. What is it? Why would she initiate conversation? Am I getting fired? She looks at me and once again flicks her eyes away. She lets out a conspicuous
座
sigh.
らないの？
Eh?
疲れない？立ちっぱなしで。
Yeah. Oh, so that's a forced smile at Sika. Out of chair. So, what's the work for the day?
仕事。
Kuzugawa shuffles through her documents, rummages through her pencil case, and turns over her laptop. Then, she sits there silently as though her batteries ran out. The atmosphere intensifies. There isn't any. Kuzugawa does not react. I may be imagining it, but perhaps she thinks I'm angry. You don't need to try so hard to find some. Besides, what kind of work would be in a pencil case? I know, juice. However, Senpai just gives me an awkward look. You already have some. There's some vegetable juice on the desk. She must have bought it on the way here. Not out just to prevent me from buying it for her. I really am just in the way. I'm not remotely useful to her. Lately's been getting around on her work more and more. He's busier than when I first came, and I wish there was more trivial work for me to do because I'm completely bored. Having said that, with Senpai being so busy, it'd be a mistake to just go head home quickly. What on earth should I do, though? Nothing to do, all I can do is observe Senpai's work. Senpai takes something out of her bag and rips open the seal, taking a break. When she realizes I'm watching, she offers me the item she tore open, flustered.
食べて。
She thinks I saw her as greedy. But I take it anyway. Seems to be some kind of wheat bran biscuit, something that claims to have 1/3 of your daily nutritional requirements.
これも。
This one's vegetable juice to spare more than like she had extra put aside. Thanks. Without any reason to refuse, she starts crunching away. This is most definitely a dietary supplement. Looks like a treat, but the taste and texture are subtly different. When I think of it, she's always drinking 100% fruit juice. She doesn't look like she drinks cola. What on earth does she normally eat? She certainly seems a high-class type that wouldn't eat junk food. She might not even eat chicken and eggs on her rice or pork and rice bowls. She does pay attention to her health. She probably watches her carbohydrate intake and drinks some milk and probably eats an organic. And she has a great figure and her breasts. Yeah, it's hard to perceive her breasts under her big red ribbon, which is why I'm not uncomfortable around her, unlike other girls. However, if I try to make them out, I can clearly make out that there's ample female swelling there. The senpai swelling amply surpass those of other girls here. I get what you usually say. With those right in front of me, I'd probably feel like touching them. It's not like a giant switch. It's like a giant switch with the words "Don't press" written on it. 2 giant switches. Press.
Nani?
Senpai startled by my outburst and looks up. I wave my palms at her. I just talking to myself. Nothing. To press Senpai's breasts. What kind of pervert are you? Don't let Yuji rub off on you. Senpai's face stiffens and her head hangs even lower. Occasionally her eyes dart my way, and when she sees I'm looking at her, she shrinks away even more. That was the pits. Damn you, Yuji! It's all his fault that things are getting more awkward. It's just not on. She is nothing like Konomin Tamane. She really does seem to be a fragile girl. I'd rather she'd get angry and hit me.
もしかして、無理してるの?
Huh?
無理をしてるなら、来ないで。
Well, I'd be lying if I said I wasn't forcing myself. I start talking but stop myself. However, I'm unable to express what I've been holding inside all this time. It's not that I'm forcing myself. I'm just struggling. I'll be of assistance to you, but I can't do a thing. Might be my ego, but all I seem to do is have the opposite effect on you, and you get left with the wrong impression of me. But moments of silence. She looks down and speaks quietly with her usual expressionless face.
優しいのね。
Those words really eat me up. I might be kind with my acts and words, but to Senpai might have been of no real use. She may well have been better off without me. Yeah, better off without. Senpai, this may well be the last time. I blurt out the question. Am I a useless person?
河野さん、
If that's the case, couldn't you just tell me clearly you'd rather I wasn't here?
やめて。そういうの。私があなたを嫌いなだけ。大嫌いなだけなの。
Hate. Senpai said so clearly. This came as no surprise to me. I didn't think I was liked by her besides. Senpai pulls her fist to her chest and her eyes moisten. But why? Those words were meant to hurt me. Why does she look so sad? Senpai? Senpai is the kind one. Way too kind. I don't know why, but though she can't stomach hurting anyone, she pretends to. She must have understood how I feel. She's trying to push me away.
バカね。どうして私を嫌いにならないの?
I answer. I prefer to believe that the senpai I see than what she says herself. I prefer to believe the senpai I see than what she says herself. I mean, isn't there something I can do? Senpai gives up and answers to my unwavering words quietly and gently.
じゃあ、一つだけお願いしていい? あれ。
Yeah. We go to the storeroom and grab a ladder as per her request. Bring it to the center of the garden and look to where she's looking. There's kind of marking there. Then the item in question is in the palm of her hands. Swallow's nest.
きっと何かが当たって落ちてしまったのね。
But fortunately at this time of year, both the nest and the skies are
でも
empty.
かわいそうだわ。
She says, cradling the nest in her hands. feel melancholy deep within. See your kindness here too. And I feel a pity for the swallow's damaged
退
nest.
屈
Not at all. Thought I'd put on a suitable expression. Though there are things I want to say and do. To talk to her sister, support her, to confide her, be confided in, be depended on, be praised, and then touch her. Touching her finger lingers on my lips. I feel the urge for something soft to touch there directly, and I put my finger to my lips. Never don't want to assist her, but to get on with her, perhaps be a friend.
河野さん
Yes.
はしご
Ah, yeah. I turn to my senses and prop up the ladder. Should I do it?
いいわ私の仕事だから
Without waiting for a response, she starts scaling the ladder. Can't imagine that the student council handbook says anywhere that it's president's duty to repair swallows' nests.
下で支えてくれる
Sure. I snap back to reality and hastily move to hold the ladder. I instinctively look up to where the voice is coming from and
どうか
flinch.
したの
Nothing. Her face must be on fire. She most certainly has figured out what's up. She tugs on her skirt hem and blushes slightly.
バカね
Yes, I'm Mr. Idiot. She called him idiot, of course. You know it. That's my idiot. That's my name, Mr. Idiot. Yes, fought of the school uniform. The skirt is so short I can see her thighs from up here. Why are there so many places on girls that say don't touch? I stare at the ground as I go on holding the ladder. How long is this going to take? Looking down like this, I have no idea how far she's progressed. But as long as I can look up. Perhaps the ladder's position is not ideal, but it seems she's stretching out to where the nest should go.
大丈夫だから
I'm on tenterhooks, but continue waiting. Is she really okay? But a moment later, I hear her breathe a sigh of relief.
できたわ
Look up at the voice. Hold on. I'm okay is what was covered from her saying. Look back up at the voice. Ah! Good work. Senpai lets out a shriek. Ah! Right there, an even bolder view of Senpai's thighs than before. Her body is in an unnatural position, leaning out with her hand on the wall. Sorry! Jump back and let go of the ladder with Senpai in an unnatural position. The ladder slowly starts to lean over. Her hands reach out for a handle, but they grab everything but the wall. Senpai! Crap! I rush forward towards the ladder. Oh no. I managed to prevent her from hitting the ground like just a beast's dick. Senpai, are you okay? Asked just to be sure, then...
大丈夫
What? Uncle Monkfish? Unpun filled with yeast roll? No, I don't think that's it. I mean, boing, boing, boing. Huh? There's a soft and fluffy sensation in my hand, something very tangible. This feeling brings back a memory that I've been yearning for once, a nostalgia of on earth. I squeeze it a few times to check.
いや河野さん
Why is Senpai reacting? I mean, there's... Huh? No, it can't.
河野さん
This is okay, actually. I mean, literally only CG, if I remember right. No, the underwear CG, but I can't fucking use that one, so this is the only odds we got so far. Ah! This soft, fluffy feeling, it's Senpai's boobs.
いや
Ah, this is what a girl's boobs feel like?
河野さんそこ握っちゃダメ
Don't hold... If I don't hold her, I can't support her body.
だからダメなの
Surprisingly emotional voice that I had never heard from Senpai resound throughout the courtyard. Senpai! To protect her, I squeeze on the brakes, however.
バカ
Ah, anyone watching will think we're embracing. Perhaps I pressed the accelerator by mistake. Her voice suddenly gets
河
teary.
野さんがバカ河野さん
Kuzugawa Senpai looks down, blushing. I'm sorry, I didn't mean anything bad.
それは分かってるの分かってるけど
She hesitates. It does not matter that I was trying to save her life. Fact is, it was embarrassing. I have to say something to cover up. Someone about looking after her. I should say something good about her. So, Senpai? Can you sense my sincerity? She raises her head. I look at her intensely and exclaim vigorously. It felt nice! Oh no. Wrong one. That way.
バカ
And I've done it. Now she absolutely hates me. Everything I've achieved so far went out the window. What the hell was I thinking? If I was thinking clearly, setting her down gently would have ended in no time. Knowing her, what her moves felt like. I'm an idiot. Truly an idiot. So late already. Guess I should go to bed. Haven't seen this on TV before. Looks like an old high school baseball cartoon. Oh, what magnificently pointy hair. Jeez, high school students shouldn't be chauffeured around like that. Ended up watching the whole thing. Gotta be hard to get up tomorrow morning. I'm off. Bid the empty house farewell, then proceed to lock the door. Oh! What on me?
おはよ
Huh, aren't you on spring break right now?
う。そうだよ。
And what are you doing here this early? Don't you always sleep in past noon on holidays?
あ、ひどい。源氏丸のお散歩のついでに、せっかくだから途中までタカ君と一緒に行こうと思ったのに。
Walking Genjimaru. Genjimaru's the dog they keep at their house. He's about 8 years old. He's an English sheepdog, or some crossbreed that loves nothing more than sleeping and eating. He's a complete sloth and hates moving around, possibly because of his eyes hidden behind his tousled fur. He strangely always gives off an aged impression. Looking, I see Konami grip the leash and in front of her.
ほら、行こう源氏丸。
Konami shakes the leash and the elderly-looking dog, Genjimaru, dawdles unenthusiastically out of the shadow of the gate. Genjimaru looks at me with his begging eyes. Although they're hidden and I can't really see them. Konami, isn't he unwilling to do this?
そんなことないよ。犬はお散歩が大好きなんだから。私が源氏丸だったらきっと大喜びしてるよ。
Well, yeah, if it were you. Doesn't look at all to me like Genjimaru is thrilled. On the contrary, it looks like he's begging for someone to save him. Well, I guess having bad luck to have Konami as his own, he had no choice but to abandon that desire. Alright, shall we go together until that point?
どうしたの？
Nothing. Just going to school with Konami and casuals. She's kind of strange.
そうなの？
I walk in with you almost every day when you're in uniform, right? When you get used to seeing something and it suddenly changes, wouldn't you say it feels kind of weird?
よくわからないけど。なるほど。
Try to imagine going to school with me wearing different clothes. Doesn't it feel weird? That's what I'm feeling now.
あ、そっか。タカ君が海パン姿とかだったら確かに違和感あるよね。
Hang on a second. Alright, are you going to head back now?
あ、もうちょっと一緒に行こうかな。最近源氏丸が運動不足だし。あれ？どうしたの源氏丸？
Looking down at his figure, Genjimaru sprawled out on the ground, exhausted. He only had to walk up... he only had to walk that far to get like this? Can he be even more unfit? Any more unfit?
ほら、歩こ
Konami says and smiles at him, but Genjimaru doesn't even try to get up.
う。もう源氏丸ってば、いつも怠けてばっかだから体力なくなっちゃうんだよ。ここはやっぱりこの春休みを利用して鍛え直さないとダメかも。
That could be the end of Genjimaru. Alright, this is it then. Take care on the way back. Well, you'll be home in no time.
いってらっしゃい。ほら源氏丸、タカ君行っちゃうよ。
At Konami's prompting, Genjimaru looks my way and wags his tail a couple of times.
もう。
I could go for the bro route, however, personal annoyance! Oh, I'm standing outside the student council room, but I find myself overwhelmed with regret. It is awkward. Unbelievably awkward. Not only did I touch her, I outright groped her. There's nothing to say. Just remembering makes me cringe. What's more touching, it was an accident. The groping really looked intentional. Of course, I should have known logically she'd dislike it, but I held her tight regardless. Not only that, but squeezed her. Takaki, you idiot. However, that felt pretty nice. Idiot! 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 You must refrain from thinking about it. It's impure. Except I disliked it. So what could feel nice about it? You're some kind of pervert. I bang my head against the wall, trying to bludgeon the memory from my brain. Ow, ow, ow. The association seems to have been broken. However, I still can't face her. If anything, I'd rather disappear forever. Shall I leave? She must be angry. No, she's angry. Angry enough to slap in the face. No way, she's not angry. Alright, I'll leave. I confirmed to myself as I had no plans. I hear a voice behind me. It's not the first time it's happened, but it's impossible for this to be happening now. Ah! Senpai! Sure enough, it's Kuzugawa. She's looking down, blushing. What the? I mean, Senpai! Right, it's student council room. Of course she's here to see me. Absolutely not. Of course she's not here to see me. Absolutely not. My eyes start every which way, but I can't help but peer at her. I glimpse at her looking down silently, feeling with times awkward than usual. Is she angry? Well, even if she's not, I doubt she's trying to avoid me. I mean, I groped her precious ex, kept ambiguous for ethical reasons. What should I do? I shouldn't have come. But I can't escape now. That would just be even more awkward and hurt her even more. What to do? Please, government, Jesus, Satan, tell me! Why does he keep asking Satan? Like he went to Satan before he went to God. Well, in the circumstances, I have but one choice. I'll lie face down and allow myself to be trampled on until she's satisfied. Here goes. I lower myself to the ground, however.
ごめんなさい。
Huh? Senpai bows her head, and she says in a faint voice.
ほっぺた痛かったでしょ。私びっくりして。お
Senpai?
まけに逃げ出して。謝らなくてはいけなかったのに。
But that's not... I quickly object to smooth things over, but she just carries on.
ごめんなさい。ごめん。
She says over and over. I notice her shoulders start to tremble. She's frightened of me. She's afraid of me because of what I did. Now, perhaps she's afraid that she hurt me when she slapped me. She's someone who regrets even words. If she physically struck me too, all the more reason. No, it was my fault. No, wait, please don't apologize over that. It was only fair that you hit me. There isn't a girl that wouldn't be shocked by such an incident.
でもそれも私が不注意だったから。
Look, that too was my carelessness. Regardless of the reason, I hate the fact I put you through such unpleasantness by grabbing your boobs like that.
河野さん。
I was out of my mind at the time. When I realized they were your boobs, I lost my composure and somehow I thought I shouldn't let go, so I... Sorry. I shouldn't have come here. I was a nuisance, and I... Go and do that. Leave it at that. It's a pathetic explanation. Leaves no room for sympathy. Adding anything else can only make my foolishness even more transparent. However, I do expect her to say something in response. Since it was inexcusable, I expect her to slap me again. She raises her hand and touches my cheek. But there's no anger or resentment in her touch. She simply rests her hand on the cheek she slapped before. Senpai? I look at her. Her face is kind.
バカね。
She moves her hand away from my cheek and says
河野さん。
quietly,
約束して。
Promise?
ええ。約束。
She averts her eyes and
なかっ
says,
たことにしてほしいの。あのことは何もなかった。私とあなたの間には何も。
Nothing happened. I've heard that somewhere before, if I recall correctly. But in that case...
その方がきっといいと思うの。私たち二人とも悩むことはなくなるわ。
Want to forget about it? She
いい？
nods. I say nothing. Nah, there's nothing to cancel. I'm not entitled to respond. After that, Senpai and I go to the student council room as always and begin work as though nothing happened. However, there's one thing different. I'm conscious that the stacks of paper she entrusts to me have grown. Even though nothing happened, me too. It's nothing I can forget. It's not something I can forget. Not the time, not the emotion, her voice, her scent, nothing. I'm uncomfortable around girls, but I'm still a guy. I'm the worst. After returning home, I take a bath earlier than usual, and with steam rising from my skin, I sit down in front of the PC. Tomorrow is a Sunday, so I can stay up as late as I like. Music streams from a mini hi-fi, and I browse sites without any particular goal. And a site that has ghost stories. It's not really the season for it, but once I've started reading them, I can't stop. Very timing, rain starts falling in the middle of the night. Ideally suited for the site's content. This isn't the only way to get a reaction. Anything gets unchanged when you've forgotten about it. Catching people by surprise shocks them. It's a common device, and one can't fault it. The contents of the story are secondary to that. Yeah. Sorry for laughing, it's just that the plot was so obvious. Oh, it's supposed to be a laugh. Living alone in a detached house, a ghost story like this is barely worth even a thought. Think of it. Since I've been living without my parents, my senses seem to have dulled. Despite that, sounds coming from an empty room and human shadows on the walls are pretty standard patterns. Become aware of a slight sound just as I'm about to fall asleep. Grab a white drool that's made its way from my chin to the back of my hand. The sound isn't drowned out by the noise of the radio. It sounds like a child's footsteps next door. That's my parents' room. No news. Now, if anything, I must be the only one in the house. Suspicious sound coming from a room that should be empty. The ghost story I was just reading comes to mind. Sound is still there. What a coincidence. What are the chances of the same thing happening as in the story? Shrug off the wild ideas and get up from the chair. There's no key in the door. I don't bother going anywhere else and head straight for the room they're on by the sound. Leave the lights on in my room in the corridor. I gulp loudly. The echo seems unusually loud. The door that's been left closed for quite a long time now is opened. I reach out into the completely dark room and look for the light switch on the wall. Then a warm breeze touches my cheek. I feel a chill down my spine. My mind goes blank. I just managed to stop there. If I thought any more, I would have just about screamed and run out of there. I feel a switch on my fingertips. I push it. The light goes on and there is a wall, and there on the wall there's a stain. It looks like the outline of someone being crucified. The room that no one should have entered for some time. No one. Still hear footsteps. Hold my breath and step back. Shut the door and run at full speed away from there, with the lights on throughout the house. Scenery looks different from when I was usually awake, and I'm a little confused. I tried to fall asleep in the lounge room last night, shake off the hazings in my head and get up from the sofa. After that, I fleeing from my parents' bedroom. Not only didn't I return to my bedroom, but the second floor entirely, and spent the night in the lounge room. I really didn't intend to fall asleep, but before I knew my consciousness faded, and when I came to, it had dawned, and I am here. I didn't want to move from where I am, but the reality of hunger prevents me. With the sunlight, the eerie fear of last night has eased. I should turn the lights off first. Get up off the sofa for real. See that I left the lights on in the lounge room corridor. I remember my scattered behavior last night, and my face reddened slightly. After turning the lights off in the house, I finished a late breakfast. I feel more at ease after being supplied the adequate nutrition, but still don't feel like stepping into my parents' room. Grab the contents of the post box at the entry hall and return. Scatter them on the table and my eyes are drawn to a return envelope with address unknown on it. It was sent to my parents' business ship address, but needs a letter of consent to be redirected. Jeez, at least tell me where are you going. I wonder where the two of them are flying off to at the moment. Family. But unconsciously. You can definitely call those two families since they're always together. So what about me? Family ties are not something you can easily measure, but I'm more of a manager for an empty house. Feel somewhat alienated. Sure, it's great that they're not around, but that doesn't mean they should leave the kids always by themselves so they can be alone as a couple. Why don't I clean the bathroom? Force myself to stop thinking about it. I'm not gonna come to a meaningful conclusion when I'm not thinking straight. In which case, I'll be better off sorting out the housework. Being a day off, I should do the stuff I don't normally do. As I move around, my depressed mood gradually clears up. I finish cleaning the bath, and as I wipe my hands dry on the towel, I hear the pitter-patter noise from last night again. Drop the towel unconsciously. Don't pick up the towel. I hold my breath. It resembles the sound of someone lightly touching their fingers on a fan blade. But it's strange. It sounds like footsteps, but it keeps coming from the same spot. What's more, it sounds monotonous in a mechanical way. I start to doubt that it's some paranormal phenomenon. Look at the ceiling as I pick up the towel and toss it into the wash. I'm determined now. Not surprisingly, I start getting nervous in front of the door. I go up a few times and I reach out the door to my parents' bedroom. The inside of the room should have been sealed since last night. The stain on the wall shaped like the person's gone. However, I can still feel the breeze the same as last night. The bit of patter noise continues. Nothing beyond that happens. There's no sign of any damage. Where's the sound coming from? The roof? The attic? There's nothing unusual to see in the room. I follow the sound out into the corridor. I pull the lever to open the door to the roof. It's been a while since I've been in the attic. I'm surprised at the stairs that drop so forcefully and almost jump out of my skin. Steps warp as I take each step. Climb up, almost crawling. I drive to poke my head through the rectangular hole in the ceiling and look is unbearable. The storage area in the attic isn't as dark as I'd imagined. Of course, it's possible to see all of it, and I can only look at the immediate vicinity without further illumination. I really regret not putting on slivers as I advanced on the floor, lightly covered in dust. Ah, there's some really old stuff packed away here. That's the fate of an attic. If you think of taking stuff down to dispose of it as laborers, it's destined to never see the light of day again up here. The things in the attic is mostly stuff that I don't ever remember, but amongst them are a few familiar items. I approach what looks like fencing wrapped in wire, leaning up against the wall. It's a playpen. It was probably put in there when I was crawling. Vaguely remember the light green pawing. At the same time, looking up, it would have been a wall. But now it's so low I can just step over it. There's no time to get in there and chuckle, nor is it even the time to get in and out of it at all. The more I look around, the more things I remember. A toy bucket, a vinyl pool, a kiddie supercar. What's a baby ball doing here? It's that sort of thing you can give away after using it. Yeah, so that's why it's still around. Still, it's unusual when it's in use. But even if the daily change too small to if I went back, even if the daily change is too small to notice, if I went back there, I'd be astounded at what I am today. I'm overcome by nostalgia. I remember why I came here. I strain my ears, and it seems rather quiet, but the sound I heard from the corridor continues. As I approach the angled roof, the true source of the sound becomes clear. A sheet of insulation has come loose and is flapping in the breeze. I could sense the outside air too. Looks like there's a crack in the roof. See, so that's what it was. As the ventilation fan blows, the inside air pressure drops and the air flows in. Then the loose sheet of insulation rattles. And there's last night's stain. Raindrops would get in and fall onto the roof and wall in the room below. It was just coincident that the stain resembled a person. So the true form of the ghost was no more than withered grass. Now that I know the cause, there's not much point sitting here inhaling dust. So I'm about to leave the attic. I catch sight of an old box of leather amongst the baby goods, with some wrapped up in a red cloth that looked doll-shaped. Its color caught my eye. There's no key in the box. I grab it and then lift the lid without my fingers. It's but a maternal child book. Just like the other items forgotten here, the box of letters is a record of my childhood. I casually pick up the notebook and a scrap of paper falls out of it. The paper now turned brown does not fall all the way to the ground but lands in the box. I carefully open the paper to not destroy it. All other names were packed tightly in the paper. There were all sorts of names, but they were all boys. So they appeared the moment I opened the paper. I caught my breath. The paper had turned brown with the passage of time, and parts of it had become blotchy. But I can make out that many names had been rewritten. The paper was filled with names. Written bits rubbed out, rewritten. Lots of candidate names, and circled in the middle was my own name. This is a record of my parents struggling over what to call me when I was born. I stared at it for a while. With each and every kanji character written there was another thought. I looked back at my own name at the end. Just how many circles can you put around it? I was born when they were really busy and they raised me. I look up and fold up the paper. Carefully returned it into the box the way I found it. Closed the lid with a clunk sound that is unforgettable. Well, though they may be parent and child, they're different people. Lots happens. So long as they're healthy, all is well. Tonight I received an international phone call. Goes without saying what it was from. They were shouting out their address so I could write a letter of consent for redirection. Oh, Konami. Taking Genjimata for a walk today, too.
一緒に行こ
Sure. I want to get up early on their good days off.
う。なんか言った？
Nothing.
タカ君の春休みは25日からだよね。
Something like that.
それじゃあもうすぐだね。
Konami smiles, incredibly pleased. Personal annoyance! Telling myself to relax just isn't working. It's supposed to never have happened, but the memory emerges from the corner of my mind and plunks itself right in the center. Every thought is detoured towards it. It's easiest to run away. But it's the last thing I want to do. Having made it this far, I can't possibly escape now. Of course, this isn't just about being outside the student council room. It's about Kosugawa herself. I take a deep breath and step into the room. Hello? Well, I won't deny that my greeting doesn't reflect my enthusiasm. Look inside the room. Then, I have a bad feeling. My bad feeling was proven incorrect. Huh. I thought we had to deal with fucking Marion here. Senpai notices me entering the room and raises her head. Then, her pale face instantly turns pink. She may have said to pretend it never happened, but she can't mask her face nor her memories.
Konnichiwa.
Her voice is completely hollow. Not only that, but she turns redder and redder. Her face flushes, her body stiffens, she stops breathing. Senpai, please breathe! She'll faint from lack of oxygen. I have to do something to make her open her mouth. What can I do? Something to distract her or divert her attention away from her memory. The spy notices announcing the closing ceremony on the desk. That's it. Grab one and wave it at her. Let's replace the notices today, Senpai! She stares blankly at the flyer, but her expression fades and she nods with a fragile smile. She seems to have returned to her senses.
そうしましょうか。
I go with Senpai to the notice board so we can replace the displays. I watch her changing the flyers, carrying a bundle of them on my arms. Senpai peels off the opening ceremony and entrance ceremony notices.
これ
Ah, yes. Here and there, yes and no, nothing but one-word phrases. That's fine by me right now. Every time I see her, I blush and I'm unable to speak. Senpai quietly goes about her work, but her expression is forced and she seems to be concentrating on her work to avoid conversation. But I suspect both of us feel each other's presences acutely. It's my imagination as the distance between us extremely small. I know what she's thinking, but I can really feel that sensation.
次よ。
She says, she offers an open hand. Here. While I hand over another sheet, I hear a familiar voice from the courtyard. The voice makes Senpai drop the paper and stiffen. That voice is...
マリアン先輩ヤッホー
何がヤッホーだ。
児童福祉法違反だぞ。訴えてやる。
当の昔に年金を考える年のくせに何が児童福祉だ。今日という今日こそ40点取ってもらうからな。
I behold through the window a teacher dragging Marion Senpai by the scruff of her neck. I breathe out and look at Kosugawa. She continues to avoid looking at Marion. Something might happen. Mightn't it? Great unease turmoils inside me. But contrary to my anticipation, Marion is dragged off to another building and I sign relief. But again, perhaps it's too soon as it seems to go how Marion hasn't yet finished talking to her.
マリアン先輩まだいたんだ。留年しかかってるって聞いてはいたけど。
だったらあのまま生徒会長でもよかったのにね。
God, no. My anxiety intensifies as I expect that the discussion turns to Kosugawa.
副長よりずーっと面白いし。それに聞いた？副長、こないだは図書委員長とやり合ったって。
そうなんだ。図書委員長も大概にしてほしいけど、副長も過激だよね。
なんでも副長ってば予算で押し切ったって話。図書委員長、あの主戦度めって吠えたらしいよ。
うわー、どこの怪獣よそれ。予算しか頭にないわけ？人間じゃないよね。
I've already heard enough. Then something snaps. If that wasn't enough, she adds another
おま
final
けに
blow.
何調子乗ってんだか。最近下級生の子使い走りにしてるって。
She can't be talking about
聞
me.
いた。ジュース買いに行かせたり、つまんない用事でこき使って1階と3階を倒れるくらい往復させてるって噂。
かわいそう。ジュースなんか自分で買いに行けばいいのにね。
Why you? Lean out the window and shout, but a piercing voice interjects.
やめて。
Senpai, you should be injured by these girls' insinuations. You should be
いい
angry.
の。いつものことだから。
Scream anyway. Her expression is defeatist as per usual, but I react sharply. The same is not good enough. What should be said needs to be said. No fighting, no quarrels brings peace. Peace brings happiness, thus saying nothing would bring happiness. No one would get hurt. I expect that's what she would like to say. But is this really happiness? To kill yourself this much. Let everyone say what they please. When you're the one getting hurt, is that happiness? That's what happiness is, then it's wrong.
いいのいいの
But
私には誰かに好きになってもらう資格なんてないもの
tears fall down from Kasugawa's eyes. Don't qualify, no way. Maybe naive, but I don't think anyone needs qualification to be loved. Even if she keeps herself from loving other people, she deserves to be loved. That's what I think. However, suppressing love, there's something stubborn in her heart that makes her do that. I can't help but think so. Sorry, it's my fault. She's apologetic. Would she even accept an apology? She wipes her tears and shakes her head, smiling gently.
そんなことないわ河野さんはいつもよくやってくれてるもの
Senpai.
感謝してる
It's the first time she's acknowledged me. But there's poor compensation. It was foolish. Compensation was all my fault. Thought I only had to tough it out to bring her joy. I had no idea how it would appear to everyone else. Why did I see her like that anyway? Why does no one help her? I mean, last year.
河野さん
I realized there's someone who could stop this right here. I have something to
河
do.
野さん
I'll load to her the bundle of papers I carried and run off. That's right, they were always together. They should always have always been. Marian and Kusugawa. They were president, vice president of student council from the start. And while they were always talking about Kusugawa like this, what was Marian doing? Marian! I hammer the door until it opens. As expected, Marian is lounging in the unused third-year classroom.
タカリャンあのねこの問題わかるか私英語読めないからちんぷんかんぷんで
She flashes at me a silly smile, gesturing at the English language answer sheet.
もう最悪なりよ数学なんか0点だっていやもうわけわかんないから全部42ってしたら全部外れでさ宇宙の真理なのに間違ってるなんて宇宙のどこかに欠陥があると思わんでもってなんかの講義や手違い以外の実力で0点なんて開校以来初めてだって褒められちゃってあははもしかして怒ってるなりかジョークやジョークいつジョークもうタカリャン真面目っ子なんだから
Marian twists her index finger into my cheek. Brush her hand off with my fist. So is Kusugawa also joking? I slammed the desk, almost breaking the furniture and stinging my hands. Jesus Christ.
タカリャン
Why didn't you protect her? That was something you could do. Why didn't you? My pure unfiltered rage. Marian lets out a deep sigh.
そうかもね
Suddenly she looks incredibly sad. She gazes at the outside
私は
world.
サーリャンのこと守ってあげられなかったよね
You could have! You weren't even with her! You must have been worried about her, yet you just... Marian
バ
shakes
カ
her
だ
head.
ねタカリャン一緒にいられるわけないじゃん
Eh?
私3年だよ
Marian smiles feebly. That's right. That's right. Marian will be graduating soon. She can't be with her all the time. They're only a year apart, soon they'll have to separate. That's fate. Except they don't! Like, the problem is that she is essentially getting the flack for all the mistakes Marian did. Like, she threw out every piece of the fucking budget, so she actually has to, you know, save on the budget now. If Marian wasn't such a massive fucking irresponsible dumb fuck, Sasra would now not be in trouble. See? Not to mention that, they'll have to separate. Yeah, when both of them graduate, this bitch is gonna repeat, please. Based on everything we've heard, she is not graduating this year, even if she wants to. There's no excuse! Stare at Marian. She normally appears like a child. At this moment, she looks her age. Now, in fact, she looks like an adult. She becomes kind only when talking about Kusugawa. She really does care, however, now that she's just before graduation. I wonder if there's a reason why she always just barely fails to make the grade to graduate. I was about to apologize for being too harsh when we're in
Oi! できたか?
さあイエスさ
It's Marian's homeroom teacher. Presumably Senpai never shows that character to anyone else when she espouse for them. The teacher must be used to it and ignores her, sweeping up her answer sheet.
おう 一応回答欄は全部埋まってるな。
もうバッチシですよ、旦
Marian triumphantly flashes the visa and the teacher says to her, amazed.
だけどいい加減にしろよ。
Huh?
毎年ギリギリまで粘りよって。職員室じゃお前の担任は貧乏くじって言われてるんだぞ。一体この成績でどうやってうちの学校に入ったんだ？
Every year,
那。い
meaning.
やー、あの時は足も必死でやんしたから。
For her anxiety, she continues with the
入
clincher.
試は頑張ってカンニングしました。あう、ありるする。
Senpai is on the verge of
私は
tears.
永遠の14歳なんだぞ。さては貴様、幼女をヒーヒー泣かせるペド野郎だな。お前のような奴がいるから規制が厳しくなるんだ。
The teacher claps his forehead, fed up.
今のは聞かなかったことに
Clasps
してや
his
る。
forehead.
つうか今さらんなこと言って俺たちの3年間の努力を水泡に帰すつもりか？いいか、その話は他言無用だぞ。
The teacher leaves the room as though sick of seeing her face.
冗談のわからんやつだ。
What was the joke? She's the worst kind of senior. I'm embarrassed that I had faith in someone like this. Despite that, one thing is true. Marian is concerned about Kusugawa. Perhaps she was once trying to help her like I am. If that's the case, am I now walking the path that Marian once took? What was it that happened between Marian and Kusugawa? What's at the end of the road for me? Some commotion outside. Oh, a fire engine just drove by. Looks like the fire started quick as half-sleep ramen cooking accident. Oh, they're already leaving. Seems to have just been a small fire, easily sorted out. Thank goodness for small mercies. Alright, who do we have to beat today? Don't. What's with Genjimaru? He's been sniffing your pockets.
源氏丸、これを楽しみにしてるんだよね。
She says and pulls out a cylindrical object from a culotte
源
skirt.
氏丸の大好物、魚肉ソーセージ。
And it's gone. He wags his tail enthusiastically and leans forward to Konomi.
もう、まだダメだよ。もうちょっとしたらあげるから。
I thought he was being more obedient lately, but he was just being led on by food. Personal annoyance! My thoughts spin as I head to the student council room. What is Kusugawa afraid of? It's probably the very thing that made her push away Marian. What that thing was, I have no idea. Kusugawa herself would be the fastest way, but she wouldn't tell me. I reached the student council room as I pondered things like that. I had to open the door so not draw too much attention to myself. Excuse me. I peek into the room. There's no response. The door can't be unlocked with no one inside. I think it's a little suspicious, but I'm soon relieved. Senpai is indeed in her usual position, but she doesn't appear to be doing her work as usual. I wonder if is she doing? Taking a nap? Looking carefully, I see she's staring at something. She seems to be clutching some kind of notebook. Senpai? Cautiously called her, so I asked him not to startle her. She gives a start and shoves something into her notebook.
こんにちは。
There's an uncomfortable look on her face. What on earth was she up to? She looks discreetly. I look discreetly. She's holding a student notebook. If that responds to caught examining some planned school events or regulations unnatural. What was she doing? See, her face is uneasy, and I notice her eyes are bloodshot.
少し寝不足だったから。
She anticipates my question. Is she conscious of her red eyes? Is she tired, or was she crying? Look at the student notebook again. No doubt some secret is shut within it.
仕事しましょうか。
Yes. But my train of thought is interrupted. Senpai casually starts handing out work to me. All the while I look at her quizzically. For some reason she seems to be behaving remarkably normal. Having said that, it's awkward when I'm around, so it's suspicious for anything to be so normal. On the other hand, it's not remotely a receptive atmosphere for questions. The hour draws late and the sun approaches the horizon.
河野さん、
Yes? She abruptly calls out. She hands me a set of printed manuscripts as
これ
always.
お願いできる？
Photocopy, right? How many?
200部。
Alright. Take the manuscripts and amble to the staff room. Have we somewhat come to an understanding recently? Well, it's just stuff like photocopying. As a pattern, if you raised the dog and you found out it liked performing a certain trick, then there's no reason not to ask it to perform. Snap out of my reverie, though I'm in no rush. If I hurried, it could bring out more bring about more nonsense about how the president has me running around. I may make Senpai wait, but so be it. It's time to take my time. It takes me longer than expected, so I'll finish and return to the student council room. Senpai finished photocopying, says I carry the copies into the room. But there's no response. Senpai's face down on the table. He does a little asleep this time. Well, despite my help, Senpai ends up doing most of the student council work herself. How could she not get tired? Perhaps she could relax because I wasn't in the room. I opened the cardboard box nearby. There's a blanket inside for overnight shifts. Take out the blanket and place it over her. Then, there's that student notebook of hers. I swallow. Senpai's secrets are in here. I want to see it, but that would be an invasion of privacy. There's no doubt that there are things in here that she doesn't want to be seen. Before, she was trying to hide something. All the more reason I want to know about her. I know there's no one else around, but I make sure that I'm not being watched. I check her sleeping face to ascertain she's not about to wake up, then yoink! Sorry, Senpai. Grab the notebook. Flip through it, terrified that you might wake up. I'm methodical writing out the activities and schedules of student council members, but nothing else. There's no sign of anything private or of deep dark secrets, both disappointed and relieved. Can't think of it. Can't imagine Senpai going out of her way to document her private life. If anything, I imagine she suppresses everything, keeping it all locked up deep inside. Close the notebook and look at her student ID. The vinyl cover obscures Senpai's photo. She looks somewhat sad. Trace her face's outline. When I touch it, I get the sense something's not quite right. What is it? Touch student ID again. Then I notice an unusual thickness. There was nothing there when I opened it, which means there's something behind the photo ID. My heart thumps as I reach behind the ID. It feels like I'm reaching inside Senpai's heart. My finger finds it. There's something else sandwiched here. Pried it open. Ends up being a photo. I feel a bit let down. The photo I pulled out is another picture of Kusagawa. That's all. Senpai in the picture looks a little depressed, but it's the same as always. It's not in a special location, and she doesn't have different clothes. It's near the school gate, and there's a regulation uniform. Looking for anything unnatural, there's only one thing. Sir Senpai. Ska wasn't not the sort that would be carrying around photos of herself. So why is she carrying this one around? Pull the photo all the way out of the notebook and spot something. One side of the photo is jagged. Some part of it was torn off. Examining it again, I see Senpai's right arm disappearing into the left half. Indeed, there is a ladder. Left half to this photo. Is he finally going to remember the photo half that he should have looked for already? A photo torn in two. Some secret. And tears. I'm gonna realize. It's right at the rooftop. The first time when we met on the rooftop. That was scattered in the air at the time. I hear Senpai moaning. Crap, that might be because my eyes burst. Fling down the notebook. The photo is in my hand. I stuff it in my pocket thoughtlessly. I was close when Senpai drags her head up and looks around absentmindedly. Then she brushes the blanket on her shoulders and her cheeks tinge.
ごめんなさい。うたた寝しちゃって。
Senpai rubs the sleep from her eyes, and she notices a bundle of copies in front of me. Still a little vague.
コピー。
Yes, here. I hand them over to Senpai, all flustered. She flicks the copies to make sure they're all intact. She
じゃあ
nods.
今日はここまでにしましょう。
Okay. Try to conceal my inner feelings, but still end up stammering. But Senpai's still sleepy and doesn't make anything of it. Okay, I'll be taking my leave then.
はい。ご苦労様。
I bow and without waiting for a response, hurry out of the room. I make sure she's not coming out of the council room, thrust my hand in my pocket and confirm the picture's presence. Kusagawa, I never was beyond her vanishing fingers. Look. No. Not go home. Look. Look. Ow. Crap, I fell asleep while reading. It's after the usual time I go to bed and my neck, my whole body is sore. Doubt I got much rest out of sleeping in that awkward position. Will I be able to get up tomorrow morning? Why wasn't I blessed with a childhood friend that would come and wake me? Ah! Crap. I almost slept again! Shit, my old lady was around. She'd wake me up and there'd be no problem, but I had a perfect attendance record. I'm already in great strife. I don't have time to eat this morning. I stopped by a convenience store on the way. Sorry, I kept you waiting.
待った待った。思いっきり待ったぞ。
I said I'm sorry about keeping you. Can I stop at a shop? Want to buy some
食っ
breakfast?
てないのか？ しょうがねえな。さっさと済ませろよ。
And that's how I ended up stopping at a convenience store on the road to school, but, what's this?
何もたもたしてんだよ。
Sorry, I spotted something.
面白いもの？
Here. You like these, don't you? Tossed a thing I found at the store to you.
なんだこれ。
You just stares at the box at tossed him. It's
クルス川メイドロボコレクション？
a toy model given away. They include one from the 11 to 15 series randomly. They have 2 secret types. Oh, this one's not the one on the packaging. Is it a secret one? Oh, HMX-12. It's wearing our school uniform. Lucky, eh, Yuji? No, perhaps this is all your luck. What's wrong? Are you so moved that you can't speak? Then Yuji, who's been silent all along, lets out a big sign, says...
お前、もしかして俺がメイドロボマニアだとか思ってるんじゃないだろうな。
Don't you? You're always saying maid robot this, maid robot that.
ちげえよ。確かにメイドロボが欲しいとか言ったかもしんねえけど、俺はこんな10センチもねフィギュアが欲しいんじゃねえんだよ。
Yuji grips the figurine tightly and wails.
ちゃんと頭なでなでできたり、格闘のスパーに付き合ってくれたり、片焼きスパゲティ作ってくれたりしねえとメイドロボとは言えねえんだよ。高明、お前はメイドロボの心が何も分かってねえ。
I don't get why he's deciding to pin that aspect of his obsession with raid robots on me. Personal annoyance! Stand before the student council room as always, but today there's a slight
河野
difference.
さん、
I hear a voice behind me. Turn around, there is Senpai.
こんにちは。
We exchange bows and greeting, and move out of the way, waiting for her to enter. She passes beside me and pauses, but then goes on walking at the same pace. To be honest, whenever I'm near her, I'm comfortable, especially today. Photo. Photo is now trapped in my student hand notebook. However, she shows no sign of being perturbed, so I doubt she has noticed that it's gone missing. But she can't be oblivious forever after returning it yet. How on earth am I supposed to? It's unlikely she'll leave her notebook vulnerable like the other day. Shit has come clean, but this is Kusugawa's secret. Gods, whether I solved the mystery or not, this is a sensitive subject for Kusugawa. She liked me. And I wanted her to say she liked me. Wonder what should I do? Senpai? I notice Kusugawa turning to face me. She blocks the door. Not going to the student council room? Something going on. I think to myself and look around, but no. What then? Don't tell me she knows about the photo. Kusugawa begins speaking.
退屈。
Huh? Startled at her sudden inquiry. Boring. Senpai continues
生
emotionlessly.
徒会の仕事。
I shake my head, flustered. With a tremor in her voice, she asks
じゃあ、
me.
私が
Me? Does she mean if I find her boring? But that
違
comes
うの？そう見えたけれど、河野さん。いつもと違う。私のこと避けてる。
No
いつか
way.
みたいに私が叩いたから気にして避けてるわけでもないみたいだし、なのにそんな辛そうな顔するのはきっと私のこと全部気に入らないんでしょ。
I go to deny it, but what she says is spot on. I'm hiding something from her and feeling guilty avoiding it. When I fail to reciprocate, he mutters,
そう、
Senpai.
バカみたい。私。
Senpai! She ignores me and runs off. It's not it. It is not! It is I did something that would make her hate me. That's what I wanted to say to her, but couldn't. I'm scared of Senpai hating me. If I tell her, we may part. She might despise me, refuse to see me, and I wouldn't be able to stand losing her. But at this rate, I follow her. When I begin to follow, she speeds up to get away from me. But I have to catch her, so I continue pursuit. Soon she halts. She's only a little beyond the student council room. Senpai, catch up to her and beckon. I get no response. She's staring at someone, though she pays no attention to me. What she's looking at is... Marian?
Yahoo!
When she notices us, she leans away from the student council door and gives us a salute. Light-hearted greeting as always, but the ear is thick as with unease.
どうして今さら
Kusugawa chokes out, looking at anywhere but Marian.
忘れ物なんですか？
Marian nods vigorously, Kusugawa says with some
な
difficulty.
ら自由に入って忘れ物取ってください。予備金まだ返してないんでしょ？
うん、まあそうなんだけど、私の忘れ物はこの部屋にはないから。
Did she find the picture? The other half, I mean. Senpai stretches into a grin. Her smile seems genuine, but I don't sense any of her usual lightheartedness. Then Senpai takes a deep breath. After a brief pause, she suddenly breaks into a guffaw.
サーリャン、びっくりしたまえ。
先輩。
とうとう合格したのだ。
Passed, you mean? You passed your supplementary exam? Asking Kuzugawa's stead, Marian's head bops up and down even
そう
more.
だ、合格だぞ。お情けだけど。
Marian.
いやー、ケアレスミスで1点足りなかったんだけど、見なかったことにしてもらったのだな。ここの先生はいいやつばっかりだ。
She's the worst senpai. I'm sure the teachers have given up not letting her graduate forever. They've given up all responsibility and passed it on to the next generation. Is it really a good idea to set this sort of person loose into society? In contrast to my defeat, Kuzugawa keeps her composure. She maintains an anti attitude, keeping totally still. Thanks to Kuzugawa's manner, Marian's laughter dwindles to nothingness. Then she takes a deep breath. Marian stares at Kuzugawa. There's pity in her gaze.
サーリャン、あのね、
Marian looks away and confesses.
私、卒業するから。
Kuzugawa's face jerks up. Till now, she's made no response, but now she's shuddering. Kuzugawa's eyes pierce Marian. Marian says to
だ
her,
から、今日が最後なんだな、この学校。あとは、先生から証書をもらって帰るだけ。進路も決まったしね。専門学校。ここから結構遠いんだ。
So won't see you again, is what Marian leaves unsaid.
最後だよ、サーリャン。何か、私に言っておくことない？
それは。
Kuzugawa trembles and leans her shoulder onto the wall. She can barely
それ
stand.
は。それは。それは。
Kuzugawa shakes her head left and right, left and
じゃ
right.
あ、私から言おうか。
Marian touches her hand and smiles.
私ね、本当はサーリャンのこと。
But Marian doesn't get to finish what she's going to say. Kuzugawa shrugs off Marian's hand. She swings her bag.
嫌い。先輩なんか嫌い。大嫌い。
I feel like we're already like firmly on her route. Like I've just kind of like me going for personal annoyance has just ended up leading us here. Do I mind? No, not really. Quite frankly, I was aiming for the water girls first. I mean, I personally would have probably chosen this course of action because like give up like that started the personal annoyance bit because I hate holding on to shit for that long. I already don't like borrowing things inherently because I'm forgetful, so I get fucking paranoid that I'll forget and never get it back. Try to stop Kuzugawa, but I can't get it through her hurricane-like wrath. Kuzugawa repeats her words as though it's reciting a curse.
私は誰も好きじゃない。誰も好きにならない。一人がいいの。一人でいたいの。
Then she throws the bag she's gripping at Marian. Marian throws her hands up, protecting her face. The bag hits her with a thud and she staggers from the blow. Kuzugawa finally stops with a frightened look. She opens her mouth to say something, but nothing comes out. She squats with her head down on her knees.
そっち聞いたな。
Marian waves her bruised hand and sighs and plops the offending bag beside Kuzugawa. But Kuzugawa avoids Marian, curling herself up like a wounded
じ
animal.
ゃあね、サーリャン。
Her smile long gone, Marian descends the stairs and leaves. Finally get near Senpai. Senpai, Marian is really leaving. Aren't you going to follow her? She must have something you must have something you need to say to her. Even a complaint. Kuzugawa doesn't answer. She sits there shaking her head, shaking like a child throwing a tantrum. Senpai! To make another appeal, she forces out towards the floor.
河野さんは追いかけないの？
Huh? I'm perplexed. Who am I supposed to follow? She adds
マーリ
quietly.
アン先輩。
Marian? Why would I follow Marian?
マーリアン先輩のこと好きなんでしょ？だって河野さんも先輩と一緒にいる時の方が楽しそうだもの。私といる時はいつも気難しそうな顔ばかりしてるのに。
That's because I'm worried about you, so I answer, but Senpai cuts me
Demo.
off.
もういいの。気にしなくても。
Senpai.
もういいの。河野さん、もうそんなこと悩まなくていいの。
Huh? I'm totally confused and she says in
ありがとう
monotone.
河野さん。今日まで私なんかの子守りをしてくれて。
Seems lifeless as though her soul has abandoned her. Senpai, don't tell
今
me.
学期の生徒会の活動もあとは終業式だけ。河野さんに手伝ってもらうようなことは何もないわ。
So what? There's still, after the third term, there's always the next first term, so there's still plenty. Plenty! A plea, but Kuzugawa just
やっ
shakes her
ぱ
head.
りダメよ。苦しいばかりだもの。もうおしまいにした方がいいと思うの。
Kuzugawa! I grab her shoulder and force her to face
触
me.
らないで。
Senpai?
やめて。もうそれ以上私に関わろうとしないで。もう忘れて。私もそうするから。
Her voice is mingling with tears.
ダメよ。私あなたのこと傷つける。今だって傷つけてる。私はそういう子だから。
So my instinct... I smashed my bottle on the table hard enough for the screen to turn off again. So, I assume we're going to have to beat the shit out of her parents. Because, for a fucking kid to say something like this, I am referring to kid, she's a teenager, you know, kid sounds better. For someone that young, below 20, to say something like that, that's the parents' fault. Kind of child.
そういう子。私誰も好きになりたくないの。好きになれないの。好きじゃないの。だからいつも人のこと傷つけてきっとお互いのことを憎み合う。だったらそうなる前に別れた方がいい。そうでしょ。傷は浅い方がいいに決まってるもの。
Senpai puts her fingers on my lips before I know she's standing up.
もういいの。終わったの。何もかも。私も河野さんも苦しいのは今日でおしまい。これで河野さんも私も平穏な毎日が戻ってくる。
She mutters
そうでしょ。
gently, tears welling up in her eyes.
ごめんなさい。
Senpai turns around and locks the student council room and enters. I try to follow, but the door won't open. Is it being held closed? She isn't, is she? Senpai, it's over, you say, but nothing is! Nothing is over! In fact, it hasn't even begun! We're always just together, nothing happening, not a thing. Knock on the door, calling out. There's no response. Senpai! I swear to God, I will kick down this door! Sit outside the student council room waiting for Senpai, but there's no sign of her coming out. Besides, even when she does finally come out, she'd probably just do the same things all over again. Can't leave Kuzugawa like this. Not much I know, but in the end I don't know if she can listen to me after having driven her into a corner like that. I say a simple goodbye to the door and leave. I probably should have said I'll be back, but there's no use crying over spilt milk. Cry, Senpai. I don't know why you're crying, but you shouldn't. Senpai's a crybaby. I don't want to see her cry, and in the end I'm the one who... Keep glancing back at school as I exit the school gate. I hear a familiar voice. Marian? And there's Marian. She's smiling again. She doesn't have the feel of her usual cheesy smile. She was lost for words. In the end I
いいっていいって。もう来るなって言われたんでしょ。
Senpai.
めんちゃい。
えは
きっとこうなるって分かってたんだ。でもタカリャンあんまり必死だもんだから言えなかったよ。だからめんちゃい。タカリャン傷つけちゃった。
Marian stuck her tongue out in an expression I didn't think was possible for her. I couldn't say anything, figuring now Marian is also wanted to get on well with Kusugawa. And pushed away like that, it can't very well have been Kusagawa. It's not like I'm the only one who's hurting her.
だから
Marian grins.
しけた顔すんなよ。だからほら、私の体でぐっしょり慰めてあげっぞ。
Now look, don't go flipping your skirt up.
いや、スカートをめくってるんじゃなくてパンツを見せてやってるのだ。
It's absolutely the same thing! This person is even less serious than a certain red and white superhero's powers. Senpai laughs at my discomfort. Senpai! After putting on her usual look, she touches my cheek.
そうそう、元気じゃないとせっかくの可愛い顔が台無しだぞ。だからだから
Yes.
振られた者同士飲みに行くか。
Go get a drink? Look around. This is a park. I don't know why, but him saying this is a park has the same vibes as this is a bathtub.
ブー。ならタカリャンがおしゃれなバーに連れてってくれるのか。自慢じゃないけど私財布に3000以上入ったことないんだぞ。ママンがお前はバカだから3以上は理解不能って差別するんだ。
Sound like she has issues with her mother as well.
君にはこっちだ。
She says and hands me a can she bought at the convenience store. Thanks. Huh? Isn't this beer?
ノンビールじゃなくてノンアルコール飲料。ほら清涼飲料って書いてるでしょ。
The alcohol content is less than 1%, but that's not zero?
まあまあそれが世の中ってもんだわ。
My can is different from hers. There's a classic design to the can she's holding. You're having abisu? Isn't that beer?
いや、マーリャンは年齢不詳の謎の女だからいいのだ。
And she's always acting in her heart too. This 14-year-old. I found it the sharp chill and bitter taste. So, now what should I do? Marian answers her differently.
一番いいのはさ、サーリャンが言った通りにすること、忘れちゃえってことだね。お互い平穏無事だよ、きっと。
But can't do
じゃ
that.
あ、あとは影から見守ってるしかないじゃん。もう近づけさせてくれないんだから。
It's over? So if something were to happen to her, what am I supposed to do?
タ
Time...
カリャン
Ah! Marian plays her cold can of beer at my face and
そ
says...
んなの、人に聞くもんじゃないよ。聞く時点で失格だぞ。
I know what she's talking about, but I think I know how she feels. You really like Kusagawa, don't you? Look at Marian. She takes aim and throws the empty can into a faraway bin.
どうかな。
I'm disappointed by ambiguity. So why did you choose her to be vice president? You were the one who selected her. Even if the president before Marian had recommended to select Kusagawa, Marian had the authority to select other staff. So it was her decision.
サーリャンはね、いっつも同じ窓から外を見てたの。あの学校に入ってからずっと。私、目がいいから下からでも表情も見えちゃってね。
Expression.
で、彼女にしたの。
Huh? Don't tell me. Tougher? And Senpai snatches a half-empty energizing drink from me, gulps it down, and chucks it into a bin. She has a somewhat stern expression at that moment, but then she returns to her usual self.
やきもち。
What about me? With that? With
なん
what?
だよ。
You drunk?
言うてなんかライブ。
She's drunk. Oh well. Now what to do? What do I do with her?
まれラッコ。
Quit it, people will get the wrong idea. Try to shrug her off as she clams on my back. Ah, jeez, damn it, Senpai. Actually, Senpai, what about your graduation certificate? She forgot? I saw I was acting like a 14-year-old girl. This is right up there. She seems shocked.
ほら、卒業証書もらえたら、私と卒業パーティーするわ。今日は、あちきがおごってやったんだから、タカリアンリアンのこれ。
Yeah. She really does love events. This was probably because she wanted to make the current graduation ceremony. She'd be facing the next ceremony if I wasn't here. But does Kusagawa really hate you? Does something odd about her saying hate. It's hard to say, but somehow it's like she said it with a purpose. Some kind of defense. I don't think someone who truly despises someone would put on such a sad expression. It must be, how do I put this? It's put off Senpai or drive her away. If that were the case, Marion, Senpai settled my back, I ask her. Can you trust me to take care of things? With Kuzugawa? Put my hand on my chest. Side is the photo from her student notebook. I still have one final card to play. I was playing a fighting game right before bed and the adrenaline prevents me from falling asleep. That's a fucking sudden switch, isn't it? Force my eyelids shut and regulate my breathing, but sleep won't overtake me. I toss and turn pointlessly. Why isn't there some easy trick to get to sleep? It's called melatonin! Some people claim eating helps, but in my experience, putting my stomach to work just makes it even worse. It's not eating. You're just not supposed to be hungry. Like, if you're hungry, you won't sleep well. If you're completely full, you won't sleep well. Just eat like a tiny little speck so you don't feel hungry anymore. Not filled, but also not starving, you know? Oh yeah, I've heard that if you raise your body temperature suddenly and then let it drop, you'll feel sleepy. You can jump into the bath for now and then go back to bed. That would just delay sleep even further at this point. 18.
Yo, Takagi.
Sup? Usual place on a similar morning to every other day. He usually waits for me to come to the bridge. Seems to be in good spirits somehow.
ところで、昨日見たか?
What?
尾形里奈のドラマ。あったろ?
I feel like I should know this name. She's from White Album. She's the other idol from White Album. So, confirmed, this game takes place in the same universe as White Album. Anyways, I'll BRB. Toilet. I am returned. Nah, kinda think good. However, sorry, I didn't see.
なんだって?
Why is this a surprise?
当たり前だろ. 尾形里奈見ねえやつは人間じゃねえ.
Is he for real?
お前本当に女に興味ねえな。せめてモニターの中の女くらい見て免疫つけろよ。噛みつきゃしねえんだから。
I know that.
とりあえず尾形里奈は見ろ。これは命令だからな。
Is that good? Is she that good? I don't know about that.
当たり前だろ。歌もいいんだけど最近は演技も侮れねえんだよ。あくまで本文は音楽だって言ってるけどな。惜しいな、あの才能は。なんで尾形里奈が俺の姉貴じゃなかったんだろうな。神様は不公平だぜ。おっと、今のは姉貴には内緒だぜ。
You can imagine that so naturally and then needs to keep it a secret. Women on screen are scary. Personal annoyance. I enter the courtyard and start searching between the bushes. I'm sure it was around here. I murmur while rummaging through the same plants over and over. I'm sure it was here, back then during the graduation ceremony, the fragment of Kuzugawa's photo. Memory serves me, it must have fallen somewhere here in the courtyard. I trust in my memory and carry on searching, however... Shit! It would be impossible to find such a small scrap of paper after all. It's been quite a while since then. Even worse if it fell into the path instead of the bushes. There's a good chance it would have been swept away with other rubbish. If that's the case, it's too late. Give up, it's too late, my heart seems to cry, and yet... Crouch down on the ground once more, searching for a glimmer of hope. However... Is my time up? Time's passage is cool. At some point the sun begins setting. Night and day intermingled. This long past simply being home late. It's getting dark, making it tough to find anything. It'd be fair to say a torch would be even necessary. This is it for today. Really late, Konomi will begin to worry. If my house light never turn on, she'd notice. But the more time passes, the more I feel compelled to find it, what to do. Eventually I decide to give up. Continuing to search like this would be a waste of time. Need to formulate a new plan of attack. Retract, trudging out of the school grounds, then...
Taka-kun!
What on me? I look towards the voice. Indeed, it is Konami. Oddly enough, there's my childhood friend. She's 1 year younger than me, so she should already be on spring break. She shouldn't be in the school at all. Then she explains herself before I ask.
タカ君、今日は帰りが遅いから、
源氏丸
ついでにお出迎えに来たでありますよ。
Let's hope the dog can follow sense. She makes a small bow. She mentions that her feet is that worn-out slough of a dog. Must have been hard work of dragging Genjimaru all this way. Really sorry about this. Shall we get go then? A pat on the
了
head.
解であります。
So we walk down the hill road. I hear something strange Konami's saying. Nothing at all. I glance over to check on her and she occasionally looks back at me. It bothered me somewhat, so I ask, what's wrong? Seems a little flustered. But she stares at my face, a little worried. What is it? Something happened?
私の思い過ごしだったらいいんだけど、
He says
タカ君、
hesitantly.
何か心配事あったりする？
Eh?
なんとなくだけど、そんな気がして。このみはずっとタカ君と一緒だったんだよ。大抵のことはわかるんだから。
Konami.
このみでよかったら、タカ君のことお手伝いできるよ。
Her childhood friend is smiling. She's beaming. Don't worry, cheer up is what I feel like she's expressing to me. I'm a little ashamed that even Konami is trying to tell me not to worry or hide my frustrations. At the same time, I'm grateful that Konami is trying to cheer me up. But there's something I should be talking to her about. I don't think that talk will break this deadlock. It's not really something I can ask her about. That's how it feels to me. There is a still chance I'll feel better if I just try to tell her. I attempt to talk numerous times through. I attempt to talk numerous times, though I halt my speech almost as soon as I start. My voice dies out again and again, and as we approach the bottom of the hill,
ワッワッ
the ostensibly lazy dog bounds ahead of Konami, propelling her along. What's up with him? Grab the lead with Konami and attempt to hold him in
きっ
check.
とご飯だよ。もうさっき食べたばっかりなのに。
Food.
きっとどこかでお肉焼いてるの。その匂いに釣られてるんだと思う。
Smell. I don't smell anything, because I don't see any shops in the area. Perhaps my senses aren't so great.
多分遠くだよ。源氏丸ってばとってもお花がいいんだから。
Perfect! Right, I've heard that dogs have good noses, and Genjimaru seems particularly exceptional. He'd be adorned with medals if he was a police dog. Where did things go wrong for this dog? Career choice? Nah, this dog's problems will go way back. I'm dimly aware of some. Two of those words target my attention. Police dog. With Genjimaru. Konami!
何？
Konami is startled. I don't answer and grab Genjimaru's lead. Gotta borrow him for a sec!
タカ君！
Hey Genjimaru, I'll buy you a sirloin if you come with me. Genjimaru, who was initially reluctant, ambles behind me cheerfully as though he understands the term sirloin perfectly. Genjimaru and I, followed by Konami, race up the hill to school. With Konami's help, I managed somehow to heave Genjimaru over the school gate. Know that searching for something in the dark is still an impossible exercise, even with a torch. Still, I don't want to waste a minute or even a second in finding a fragment. Pull through my school bag and retrieve a plastic bag. I unwrapped the handkerchief as Senpai gave me that day. Captured within the lost handkerchief is the essence of something I can't keep yet. Can't keep yet can't return. If Senpai ever embraced that photo, it must have been Senpai's scent. I must have Senpai scent, in which case it's not impossible that Genjimaru could find it with this sense of smell.
タカ君、探し
Yeah,
物？大事なものなの？
I'm not sure how to answer. I declare, I'm not sure, but I suspect so. I'm sure for Kusugawa at least. Got it, that's the smell. Let him get a good whiff and then liberate Genjimaru. He runs around the courtyard. We trail him around the area. Where is it? Genjimaru, please, that picture fragment. Genjimaru sits in the shade of a tree, barking loudly. As he found it, here. I'm quite sure that I'd given this area a thorough examination when I was searching alone. Perhaps there's someone I didn't check. Anxious, I shined a torch at the tree. Konami appears behind me. However, not here. I knew it. There's still nothing to be found. Did I make a mistake? Take a handkerchief out and let him nuzzle it again. Got it? No mistaking it. Here. Genjimaru barks and starts searching for this photo scent. However, is it gonna be in the fucking nest? After meandering here and there, he settles around the same tree. Make him smell the handkerchief a few more times and get the same result. Now listen. Start saying, but stop, heartbroken. Was it wrong to have faith in Genjimaru?
さっきから同じようなところばっかりで源氏丸吠えちゃうね。
Which Genjimaru barks wolf? Listen, I said there's nothing there. Genjimaru won't have a bar of it, begging for the sirloin he feels he deserves.
もう源氏丸ってば、明日からおやつ抜き。
Genjimaru looks despondent. In the end, all I managed to get a duel was drag Kurumi into this predicament. Getting a lecture from Haruka is guaranteed. I glare at Genjimaru. Jeez, come to the same place over and over and over. Why does he only keep barking around the same place? He goes around all the bushes and trenches thoroughly. And just at the root of the tree, I look carefully at where he's sitting. The tree towers above him. Towering tree. In this darkness, I have no idea what's up there. I advance towards it and feel softly. No way. Kurumi! We grab hold of that tree and vigorously shake it. Genjimaru also throws his weight against that huge tree after another sirloin. Leaves rain down. We're shouting leaves, yet we continue to shake it in earnest. Then,
タカ君、あれ
Kurumi shouts, spying something through the dark. Amongst all the green leaves falling, there's one different colored thing. Could it be?
タカ君
I leap to grab hold of it, Kurumi spurring me on. I'm not losing you now, I'll absolutely catch you. More, a little more. I stretch overhead as I sprint forward.
タカ君
I crash into the bin spectacularly. Kurumi rushes over, panicked at my
タカ
tumbling.
君大丈
He seems worried. I raise my hand in a fist. Yeah, no, I'm fine.
夫？タカ君
I climb to my feet and slowly open my fist. In my hand is the other half of Senpai's photo. It's crumbled because I clutched it, but it's definitely the left half of that photo. Kurumi, hold this. Pass her the torch and pull out the photo fragments from between the notebook. In the torchlight, I bring the two halves together.
タカ君これって
I don't answer. I can't speak. The two pieces fit perfectly, forming one as proof. I trace my fingers around the picture to be sure. By Kusagawa's fingers was... Let's see.
どうしたの？違ったの？ダメだったの？怪我でもしたの？
Kurumi says wordly, but I shake my head in response. See, so that's it. This was the lost memory. Kusagawa's lost memory. It was what Senpai
タ
lost.
カ君泣いてるの？
Tears pour out. I'm not sure why, but I can't stop crying. I had some problems while making dinner, so as soon as I got out of the bath, it's almost time for bed. Although it's not really bedtime yet, I probably should just go to sleep anyway. I lay down thoroughly relaxed from the bath. I don't know where I reminded someone telling me that eating natto at night is both healthy and incredibly satisfying. The decision grabs me. 19th March, another morning on which the weather is that nice that it warms you to the core. As if lulled by the weather, Kurumi is sound asleep and doesn't look like she'll get up anytime soon. Since spring break, there's no reason for her to get up so early, so I called out I'm off to Obasan before heading out. Actually, leaving home by myself is pretty rare.
タカ君タカ君
Huh? Turning to look at the voice coming from behind, I saw Obasan running in small steps what was that? What has happened? So much so that she went so far as to chase me down.
呼び止めちゃってごめんね。急で悪いんだけど、タカ君にお願いがあるの。
What is it?
今夜ね、主人と出かけなくちゃいけなくなったの。だから、また好みのことをお願いできるかしら。
It reminds me, the last time this happened was a month ago. Kono's parents go out about once a month, leaving the house empty. It would be dangerous to leave a girl by herself, so they leave me to look after her. No problem. And it's the same as always, isn't it?
ありがとう。それじゃあ、好みのことお願いね。
Like it feels like there's a small sting for some reason. I'm home. When I return home, I notice a small familiar pair of shoes neatly placed in the entry hall. Konomi has ruined my plans. They're Konomi's shoes. Konomi, are you
お
here?
かえりなさい。
Tapping sounds of footsteps come down from the stairs. Konomi stands Konomi holding laundry that appears to have been freshly collected. Konomi, what are you doing here?
あれれもしかしてタカ君、今日タカ君のお家にお泊まりするってこと聞いてないの？
Staying? Ah, that's right, this morning. No, I did hear. I think she said please look after Konomi.
よかった。聞いてなかったらどうしようかと思ったよ。
Even if I had heard, it's not like I would drive you out. Having Konomi over for the night is pretty common. So your folks, have they gone already?
うん。昼前には出てったよ。 あ、そうだ。ダメだよ、こんなに洗濯物溜め込んじゃ。毎日が無理なのはわかるけど、もう少しこまめに洗濯しないと。
Yeah. Will you by any chance doing my laundry for me?
タカ君が帰ってくるまで時間があったから、お部屋とかお風呂の掃除して、お洗濯して、お布団も干して。
She counts them on her fingers. Gonna be doing cleaning and washing as a bit expected. Actually, no, it's not unlike her. Previous days when she came over to play, she would chat away with my mum while folding the clothes up.
ちょっと待っててね。すぐに洗濯物片付けてくるから、そしたら一緒に買い物へ行こう。
Shopping? What for?
何をって、もちろん晩ご飯のおかずを買いにだよ。
No need if it's for dinner here. Pull out the instant noodles I bought from my bag and show her. I already bought some.
百貨であります。
Huh? I say, didn't get your share. Well, I'll go get some more real quick. Since I'm at it, how about one of them bento boxes? What sort of bento do you like? Cutlets? Chicken? There's also gyoza dumplings.
もう、百貨でありますよ。
Rejected. Hey? What will it be
だ
then?
から、お弁当なんかじゃなくて、せっかくなんだから、好みが作ってあげるよ。
You will? Make dinner? She nods, pleased with herself, full of self-confidence. There is, however, a difference between self-confidence and actual ability. I think I'd rather, I appreciate the gesture, but I don't want you to take the time.
平気だよ。
Don't mind. Kurumi, you've been pretty unsuccessful at cooking now. The most you've been able to do so far successfully is sunny side up eggs. There's something I'd never actually say, of course.
それに、ちゃんとお母さんに作り方を教わってるんだから。
Yeah. It's possible her self-confidence stems from the fact that she's been practicing at home in
ほら、
secret.
これ。
She shows me some handwritten scrap of paper. Mom's guaranteed killer curry recipe. It's a pretty ominous name. Guaranteed to kill you, it says. If you really killed someone, we would be in trouble. Just as I thought, I'm feeling the anxiety
と
now.
っても美味しいよ。
It's just that I've already bought stuff.
カップ麺ならいつでも食べれるから、それはまた別の日に食べればいいよ。ね。それで決まり。すぐに行く支度してくるから、ちょっと待っててね。
If I could call out to her to stop her. She had already taken the handful of laundry items and proceeded back to the house. I guess it'll be okay. And she was so enthusiastic about cooking, it would be real bad of me to decline her. In the end, Konami got her own way and we went to the shops.
メモメモ。
She pulls the scrap of paper out of her top pocket and reads out the list while mumbling to
用意
herself.
するのは、お肉、じゃがいも、人参、玉ねぎ。
What meat? Chicken breast, chicken thigh, pork sirloin, pork belly. Specify, woman.
じゃがいもは煮崩れしにくいものをと。
So, not floury, or however you say that in English. Things may look okay, but the easiness doesn't go away. That's because Konami is pretty clumsy. Oh yeah, just in case, let's grab some packaged curry. Grab a pack of ready-made curry and put it in the shopping basket, or so I try, upon which my eyes meet with Konami. She's awfully displeased, or should I say she's gone beyond that and her eyes look dangerous. At times like this, she is unmistakably takes after her mother's angry side. I remove her from the basket and return to the shelf. Konami smiles cheerfully. Whoa! If it's just curry, there's a very little chance of failure. That's what I told myself.
ねえねえ、タカ君。お肉は牛肉でいい？ビーフカレー。
Yeah, I'll leave it up to you, Konami.
これで全部かな。
We'll be buying lots of ingredients. Meat, potatoes, carrots, onions. Apart from that, there's canned tomatoes, mushrooms, and eggplant. Those ingredients I understand, but other strange things such as leaves were mixed in as well. All this. Economy, we haven't put curry powder in yet.
大丈夫。市販のルーじゃなくて、ちゃんと調合したお母さん特製のスパイスを使うんだ。
Special spices. Sound pretty into it, but think a more ordinary one would be fine. Usually things like curry are made with a little effort, aren't they?
もうちゃんと必殺カレーを作るんだから。
I told you, stop with that disturbing name. It's inappropriate. Peel. Key and peel. One of me awkwardly wields the kitchen knife to peel up a tomato. She looks like she's gonna fucking cut herself. Peel. Potato slips from her hand and the kitchen knife forcefully slices through the air.
危なかった。
You're already making the mistake of peeling towards you. Knife away from your body.
もうちょっとでじゃがいも落とすとこだった。
That's what I was about to say. The dangerous part wasn't the potato about to fall. So scary, can't bear to watch it. This way we'll get bloodied rare steak flavored curry for dinner. Hand it over, I'll do the peeling.
ダメだよ。今日は私がお料理を作るんだから、タカ君はテレビでも見て待っててってば。
Then at least use this knife for peeling the potatoes. This will make it safer.
でもお母さんはこうやって皮を剥いてたし。
It's 10 years too early for you, Konomi. That's what I wanted to say, but I restrained myself. Never mind that. I'd feel much more believed if you would just do as I say. Please.
タカ君がそう言うなら。お肉はワインで下味をつけて。
She pulls the cork from the wine bottle and proceeds to pour the wine into the bowl with the meat in it. Chug, chug, chug. That's pretty extravagant. Pretty absorbed
あ、
into
そう
it.
だ。このワイン勝手に使っちゃったから。
Sure, use it whatever you need. Huh? Just a sec. Konomi, where'd you get that?
向こうの棚にあったのだよ。
Oh, that was the wine that my dad has cherished and refrained from drinking forever. He used to boast that it was worth many months' wages.
ララ隊長、このワインとってもいい香りでありますよ。
That's because it would. I'll refill it with something else later.
タカ君。
Onions. What's wrong? Did you cut your finger? What is it? Show me.
玉ねぎが。
Knew it. Chop explosion.
はい、これがタカ君の。
She puts a huge serving on the large plate. The vegetables were cut unevenly and so on, but it honestly looked good. On the contrary, the curry's fragrance was lovely and appetizing. It's almost unexpected. Konomi puts my serving down and sits next to me, unexpectedly watching me and waiting nervously. She gestures for me to eat. Alright then, itadakimasu.
はい、召し上がれ。
I grabbed a spoon and put a spoonful in my mouth. Oh?
どう？
More surprisingly, Konomi's curry is splendidly delicious. At the very least, it's better than any we've had at our place. Ah, this is nice. Konomi's expression brightens into a happy face.
そうでしょ、そうでしょ。
And regrets my honest opinion, I somehow feel defeated. Alright, you eat too. Otherwise, I'll eat it all.
それじゃあ、いただきます。
Konomi scoops up a mound of it, opens her mouth wide, and chomp chomp munch munch.
あれ？
That instant, her eyebrows squeeze together a little. What's wrong?
何かが足りないような気がする。
Really? I think it's just fine as it is.
でも、お母さんが作ってくれるのは、なんていうかもっと、まったりというか、キレがあるというか、コクマロ？
I don't know what she's talking about. But what I do know is that Konomi would fail to work as a food
とにかく、もっと美味しいんだけど、何が違ったんだろう。
There's nothing you can do about that, right? Since Oba-san is at a different level of skill than Konomi, even if you intended to make it the same, something will turn out different.
そうかもしれないけど、それでも納得できないよ。
Oba-san's curry? Speaking of which, I've often eaten at your place, but I've never had her
あ、
curry.
そっか。タカ君、うちでカレーを食べたことなかったっけ？うちではカレーは特別だって、なかなか作ってくれないんだ。
Special.
お母さんにとって特別に思い出がある料理なんだって。よくわからないけど、狙った獲物を一撃で仕留めたとかなんとか。
She uses the wild game. That's why.
だから必殺カレーって。
Take it down
あ、
what?
そうだ。お父さんも初めてお母さんに作ってもらった思い出の料理だって言ってたっけ。
I see. That was the guaranteed kill. After the meal, we passed the time in the lounge room. Okay, so it wasn't actually a wild game. Konami forgot to mix in the drugs. After the meal, we passed the time in the lounge room. Time was wasted watching some meaningless television program.
タカくん、お風呂空いたよ。
The smell of shampoo permeates from her as Konami comes in weighing a towel around her wet hair. Okay, I'll go in once this is finished. Oh yeah, haven't taken your futon out? Whenever Konami comes over to stay, she sleeps in the guest room on the first floor.
お布団なら自分でやるから大丈夫。お昼に干しといたからあとは敷くだけだし、タカくんはゆっくりお風呂に入ってて。
That's all. Alright then, please.
うん、了解でありますよ隊長。
She looks glad, or should I say, Konami smiles like a mischievous child. Huh? She placed it in his room. Huh? Till a while ago, Konami was cackling and laughed at the television. So it's gotten awfully quiet, but now she's nodding off like a sinking boat. Already 11 o'clock. A lot of effort today, so she must be tired. Though it may be spring, the evenings are still cold. If she sleeps here, she'll catch a cold. She'll tuck her in. Konami, wake up. Switch the television off and shake her by the shoulder. Hey, if you're going to sleep, sleep in the futon in your room. Sleep here, you'll catch a cold. She rubs her eyes while still half asleep.
もうちょっと起きてる。
Don't be absurd. If you're sleepy, don't push
大
yourself.
丈夫だよ。まだ眠くないから。
She says that even as she's drifting back to sleep. Oh well, so it's a bit early for the holidays. I guess I'll go to bed as well. Go to sleep already. I'm going to sleep
タ
too.
カくん、寝ちゃうの？
Yes, I am. See, I'm going. And gone.
うん。
Barely able to keep her head in position, she wearily stands up. And instead of heading to the guest room, she staggers up the stairs in a daze. Hey, Konami. I followed her to my room, and before I knew it, there was a second futon spread across the floor. When did she do this? That's what she meant when she said she will take care of the futon herself. She's feigning ignorance by being drowsy. With a cheeky grin, she dives into her bed like diving into water.
ふわ
She rolls around on top of the futon. Hang on, you're not supposed to sleep here. Look, I'll help you move the futon,
ー。
okay?
やだ。ここで寝る。
Yeah, she said.
ここで寝るの？
This time she wraps herself up in the futon. Her sense of posture resembles that of a piece of norimaki. At this rate, I won't be able to get her out. Jeez. Alright, I'm turning up the lights now. Turn off the lights and slipped into my bed. Oh, that's even fluffier than usual. When I think about it, she did say she aired my futon during the
ね
afternoon.
えねえ、タカくん。
Huh?
ね。
What's wrong?
寒くない？
You're not slipping into my bed. Futon's fluffed up, so it's just about warm. Not particularly. Are you cold?
寒いかもしれなかったりして。
Why? If you're cold, grab a blanket.
それよりね。
Suddenly she dives under the covers and starts squirming around on the futon. What the? Poof. She pokes her head out from under the futon. Seems she somewhat slipped into
こ
my
う
bed.
すればあったかいよ。
Actually,
う
Courtney.
あったかい。
Is this what she planned from the start? Until now, everything has planned ahead. How should I put it? It's childish as usual. Some weird stuff is going on in her head.
ダメ？
You're hopeless. In exchange, make sure you don't fall off the bed.
う
Pretty exhausted from the day. Getting sleepy.
ん。なんだか、タカくんと一緒に寝るのって久しぶりだね。
I guess so.
うん。そうだよ。タカくん？もしかして、寝ちゃったの？タカくん、起きてよ。
Doesn't look about to fall asleep and shaken awake by the shoulders. What do you want?
もうちょっとだけお話しようよ。
Talk about what?
しりとり、しりとりしようよ。
Word association game?
好みからするね。しりとりで、リス。タカくん、すだよ。タカくん、すだよ。
Huh? Snore.
タカくん、寝ちゃダメ。起きてってば。お話しようよ。
Go to sleep already. Konami, you're sleepy too, aren't you? There's no point in forcing yourself to stay awake.
だってせっかく一緒なんだよ。眠っちゃったら今日が終わっちゃうんだよ。
Next time, I promise. Even if today is over, there's always tomorrow. The day after that. We'll chat next
本
time.
当？またお話ししてくれる？
Yeah.
じゃあ次もここで寝ていいの？
Huh? As you please, okay? Just let me sleep.
約束だよ。約束だから。
I feel like I accidentally just fucked up a little.
おやすみなさい、タカくん。
20. Vernal Equinox. What the fuck is that? Grating phone ring rouses me. 10:30, it's way too early to be calling on a weekend. Impervious to anything less than an air, today's siren. Konomi sleeps on. He's got real talent for sleeping in if nothing else. Walk downstairs and begrudgingly pick up the phone. Kono.
いいよ、俺だ。
Yuji, what do you want?
あのさ、今日は暇か？ち
Today?
っと頼みたいことがあるんだけどさ。悪いけど、すぐうちに来てくれねえか？
Now? I guess I don't have a paper.
悪いな。んじゃ、待ってるぜ。
Wait, Yuji, you there? I didn't say. I didn't agree to anything though. This is what I have to say before hanging up. Jeez. Well, whatever. I don't have anything to do anyway. Go to me. Time to get up. Going to Yuji's. What about you? Gonna be snuggles deeper into the futon.
もうちょっと。
Just a little sure. She'll probably sleep at the lunch hour. I'll wake up. Well, it's a day off anyway. Might as well let her enjoy her on the way. Let him off later.
いってらっしゃい。
No matter how lots of this, Yushi's out of fast food for us. Really reminds me of fucking Misaki's house from Alcana. I wouldn't be surprised to hear this is an officially designated national treasure. Apparently some well-to-do samurai used to live here. The family has maintained and renovated it generation after generation. The man whose history goes back hundreds of years. Naturally, because the house isn't ridiculously enough, there's a surrounding wall upward of 2 meters tall. How long would it take to walk around? An hour? Longer? Private forest makes up more than half the walled area for the inside. While appraisers of fine antiques may not be on my business card, even I know gold when I see it. This place oozes money. No burglary report has ever been filed. Is it that hard to get inside? More likely a somewhat more alarming explanation comes to mind. Anyway, Yuji wants a favor, huh? What could it be? Something tells me his sister's back. And he's panicking. Hard. Press the doorbell and a moment later Yuji's voice cackles on the intercom.
どちらさんね。
I am here just like you asked me. And what's this favor you couldn't wait? That couldn't
高
wait?
木？おい、なんでうち来てんだよ。
Huh? Hey, what the hell? You said you wanted a favor from me and to come by right away. So I rushed over here and this is what I get? I should be sleeping right now.
来てくれって誰がそんなこと？
Like I said, it was you! Why are you screwing with me on the weekend?
俺って
Yuji? Hey, Yuji, okay? Did you kill him, Tamaki?
いやー、悪い悪い。そうだったっけな。ちょっとそこで待っててくれよな。
Yuji? Don't hang up! That was kind of strange. She usually says just to come on in. I guess Yuji's always a little unpredictable. Been waiting a while, but there's still no sign of him. How long is he planning on making me wait? Maybe I should just go home. Turning away like that, with that thought, I suddenly hear the sound of footsteps from within. Oh, if you were actually coming, you could have been a little quicker. Yuji, you sure took your sweet.
お待たせしました。
Ah! Turn around to find an unfamiliar girl smiling at me. I unconsciously step back, but
すみません。驚かせてしまいましたか？
no. Oh, what's this? She obviously came for the house, but I've never seen her before. At least I can't recall anyone like this living at Yuji's house. Speaking of which, where is Yuji
どう
hiding
かし
anyway?
ました？
She leans closer to me and asks, No, nothing. What am I supposed to do? This girl's sudden appearance is too shocking. Calm down. Calm down.
そうですか？では、どうぞ中へ。ユージが待ってますから。
Ignoring my confusion, she leads me inside. That was so surprising. Her sudden arrival upset me, but not nearly as much as how close she stood. Who is she? Looking off the air of a maid. I'm sure Yuji would have told me about her at great length if they had a maid anyway. Well, anyway, I guess I could just ask Yuji. I wonder where he is. Probably in his room. Pause a moment to get my bearings and head there.
そちらではありませんよ。
Huh?
どうぞ、こちらへ。
Yeah. She took me somewhere else entirely. Guest room, I think. But why not Yuji?
今、お茶をお出ししますから、ゆっくりしていってくださいね。
Thanks. No, what about Yuji? Who are you?
あの子ですか？
That boy?
あの子なら、休養があるとかで席を外しました。伝言で、すぐに戻るから、ここで待っていてほしいと。
Huh? I see. You could at least have left more details than that vague, urgent business line. I really shouldn't expect much from you.
ごめんなさい。少しだけ待っていてあげてくださいね。
She smiles and quietly leaves the room. I feel like every interaction with this girl takes another month off my life. Could she be? She's obviously comfortable in this household given the way she referred to Yuji. And there's something about the way she's acting around me. It's like she knew me. Wait a minute.
今度姉貴が帰ってくる。
Aniki? Bariki domi tamane?
他にいねえだろ、他に。
Oh no. That couldn't be. Tamane? Tamane most ferocious, a world away from the peaceful atmosphere surrounding this girl. On the other hand, if someone as memorable as her, as she were, usually around here, I would definitely recognize her. What if that really was Tamane? It certainly seems likely, but how to confirm without making myself look
お
silly?
待たせしました。
What? Jeez, again. How does she keep surprising me like this?
どうぞ、そちゃですが。
I mean, I'm not gonna save here because this is not gonna be the thumbnail. It's gonna have too small a part in this. The girl gracefully served tea, smiling gently the whole time. Yeah. Thanks. What's going on here? Can this really be Tamane? Possible. Mischievous, incorrigible Tamane transformed into
どうしま
this.
した？
No! Yuji said she hasn't changed at all from long ago while holding his head in his hands like a child hoping that closing his eyes would make the world go away. I just can't reconcile that with this girl's elegant aura. Thank you. Trying to hide my nerves, I grabbed a teacup and hastily bring it to my lips, pouring it all down the hatch. Delicious. Even though I drank it in such a hurry, it didn't burn my throat at all. The tea was cool, far from it. Not too hot, not too cold, perfectly balanced. The taste is equally refined, leaving just the right amount of astringency lingering. I've never had such good tea before. She must have used great tea leaves, I guess. I gazed at the bottom of the teacup
お
in
かわ
wonder.
り、いかがですか？
Please! Man lifts the teacup of its own accord, my lips forming the word without thought. This is going nowhere. How can I break the stalemate starting conversation? Where's a topic when you need one? But if this is Tamane, she'll remember every weakness of mine and how best to exploit them. She'll tear me apart. I sneak a glance at the girl, but she's still just demurely sitting, looking at me expectantly. still smiling kindly. Embarrassed, I immediately look away. Should I just continue to pretend not to recognize her? No, I can't do that. Consider that this might really be Tamane. Consider Yuji's words, and she's the very Tamane I remember. She found out I was pretending not to know her. I'd never live it down. Come on, it's been so many years since I lost her. Of course she'll have changed. But I still can't deny the lingering possibility that this girl is not actually Tamane. Jeez, I don't know. Whoever this is, she has me well and truly trapped. Watching conundrum, she trades her small smile for a grin and reaches her hand out. It's gonna hit me! Tamane wouldn't hesitate. I instinctively pull back, but... Huh? Far from hitting, she caresses me. Huh? Grown up? Could it be? Is she really after all? Well, are you Tamane? Finally managed to form the question. She looks at me silently for a moment before giggling. No way. I thought it was impossible, but it really is her. My mind cannot reconcile this refined aura with that young girl's... spirit? What happened to her? Tamane? Tamane?
Hi?
Well, it's no big deal, but that kind of tickles. Kinda, yeah. Tamane continues to pat my head. I'm being treated like a little kid here, but strangely it doesn't feel all that bad. I guess so, yeah. Yeah. What's going on here? This guy's completely different. Can't even believe someone could change this much. And that idiot Yuji told me she hasn't changed at all? Messing with me again. Ugh. Tamane stops petting my head and steps back, her smile broadening even further. Man, it was awkward. Faced with this Tamane, I'm at a complete loss for how to act. Reach out for the tea and my brief salvation, but soon the second cup is strained as well. Shit, what's that idiot Yuji up to anyway? Why isn't he here yet? Pulls out a white handkerchief and leans towards me. Not giving me a chance to answer, Tamane tends to my face. Thank you. She's obviously completely different! Yuji, you bastard! Of course she's changed. It's been ages and she's been at that boarding school. Did I really think she would remain that same wild child after all these years? She did. She's literally just taking you for a fucking ride. Or she's intentionally trying to make herself seem all graceful and kind and all that. And mature and all that. Specifically because she wants you to have a positive image of her. Because she likes you or something. With that thought, the tension drains from her body. So I heard you've been coming back a few times a year?
と言ってもすぐに戻らねばならずほんの数日しか滞在できませんでした。それにあちらでの都合でここ1年は帰ってこられませんで。
That's right. Komi wants to meet up with you. She said it's been a while and that you missed her.
そう、この身が
Tamane puts on a pleased expression.
元気にしてたかしら。
I'm sure she'll be surprised. You'll be surprised to hear she's the same as always. Energetic as ever.
そうでしたね。そうだ。明日この身の家に行こうと思うんですけど、よろしければ高明さんもご一緒にいかがですか？
Well, she's my neighbor, so that's no problem, but wouldn't I be in the way?
そんなことありませんよ。この身もその方が喜ぶと思いますし。
Say so. Let's go together. This feeling, girl sitting right next to me, but the usual nerves are gone. A girl's sitting right next to me, but the usual nerves are gone. If anything, Tamane's gentle smile is soothing me. I feel a pleasant warmth spreading through my chest. I see those eyes. I see those eyes. Huh?
どうかなさいまして。
Nah, it's nothing. For a moment, just my imagination.
どうなさいまして？
Did you hear a strange sound just now?
変な音、いいえ、何も聞こえませんでしたけど。
Yes, playing tricks to me. Also, I feel like I recognize her voice right now. Might just be going insane again, but hey, might as well jack. ToHeart2 VNDB. Not eBay. I wasn't trying to click eBay. Immediately tried to show me a fucking figurine of Tamaki in a fucking swimsuit. Of course. What else would it do, quite frankly? Ito Shizuka. Let's see. She also voiced Reeflet in Yoakemae. She's also yep, she's Chris in Magikoi. She's apparently fucking Akeno in High School DxD, which for some reason is on VNDB? Huh. Weird. Oh well. An old clock hanging on the wall chimes once loudly. Only 1 o'clock, which is seriously late. It's supposed to be right back, right?
あら、もうこんな時間。本当にごめんなさいね。お待たせして。
That's
でも、
fine.
私としてはちょっとだけ感謝かも。その間、高明さんとこうしてお話ししていられますから。
Huh? Mark pounds. There's Tom in front of me, so what
高
gives
明
me?
さん、
Yes?
お昼は食べてきましたか？
No, not yet. Which mentions that I am pretty hungry. Yuji's call woke me up and sent me straight here, so I haven't had a bite all day.
それでは何か作ってきますね。
Eh? Oh no, don't go to any trouble, Mark. I politely decline, not wanting to impose, but Dominic just smiles and brushes it aside with an elegant
遠慮しないで
gesture.
くださいな。ずっと会ってませんでした。私は今でも高明さんを弟と同じように思ってるんですよ。ですから遠慮なんかされますとちょっとだけ寂しい気もしますから。
Her expression goes straight to my heart.
それでは少しだけすぐに支度してまいりますから。
Her dear younger brother. That's what Tamina thought of me all this time. You know, I constantly been seeking excuses to avoid her. I'm a terrible person. Pounding my chest gradually subsides. In its place, overcoming that regret towards Tamina for my excusable behavior. A sense of relief rises up. Now I'm stronger, warmer than relief. What is this feeling? An older sister. Only there's that. An inhuman groaning seeps through the walls. There's the sound from before. Something there. Getting closer. What the hell? Yuji never said anything about this house being haunted. This is getting really creepy. I've been here dozens of times, but never heard anything like this. Should I maybe take a look? I gingerly make my way towards the sound's origin. Is it coming from this room? Wasn't this an empty guest room? Looks like it's been converted to Tamane's room now, though. In that case, entering might not be a good idea. Okay, that definitely came from the closet. Entering the room would probably be a bad idea. Opening the closet, borderline suicidal. Compelled by the alien noise, step by step I check closer. What is it about man that makes him seek his own doom? Just a little further now. I must solve this mystery. With a rush of adrenaline, blood pumping in my ears, I grab the closet door and swing it open. I close it immediately. I briefly saw Yuji rolling around extremely thoroughly gagged and bound. Obviously a hallucination. Sounds from the closet grow increasingly violent. Clearly this was a combined audio-visual hallucination from the beginning, and my mind is simply intensifying the auditory component. Okay. This is a pretty messed up game, even for you, Yuji. I lecture Yuji as I untie his mouth.
あのな、これが遊んでるようにでも見えんのか。
Nah, not particularly.
と、そんなことより、なんで来た？前にしばらくうちに来るなって言ったろ。
Wait, hang on. Nope, still confused. Can't make heads or tails of the day's events. Look, Yuji, you called me and told me to come here right away. You woke me up, might add. Something about a favor? I graciously acquiesce, but then you've got some important business or whatever. You know, even being so elegantly bound and gagged, there's no license to make up this weight on you.
なわけあるかくそとにかく早くこれを解いてくれ
Right. After I free him, Yuji slides the ropes off and stands.
たくお前罠にはまってんだよ
It's a trap! Admiral, huh?
お前を呼んだのは俺じゃねえし待たせた覚えもねえ一杯食わされたんだよ
I like that they just randomly decide to throw in Admiral Akbar. Nope, still not on board.
だからお前は姉貴に騙されたんだって電話だって多分俺の声を録音して作った偽造だぜ実際姉貴のやつお前が来るなり俺をすまきにして押し入れの中に放り込んだんだぞ
Tamane? Nah, there's no way. Tamane wouldn't do such a thing. She's not like that. You're the one who messes with people. Tamane has changed. There's nothing like the kid. She's nothing like the kid I knew way back. She treated me incredibly kindly.
バカ野郎何コロッと騙されてるんだよそれが罠なんだよいいかあの姉貴がたった数年間で変わるとでも思ってたのか
What is going on? Tamane tricked me.
とにかく逃げるぞ
Running where? Why?
ああもういいから急げ
But
どこへ行くのかしら
an abrupt voice from behind again. Those eyes, oh lord. Tamane lounges on the bed, smiling at us. Huh? On the bed? Smiling? But somehow something is wrong. She no longer wears the pleasant smile from before, nor even the happy grin she briefly flashed me when I recognized her. No, this smile is evil. Her casual posture too gives off a completely different air. What is this?
ユージ
なんだよ
Chill runs down my spine. Not again. Nightmarish memories of childhood come rushing back, feelings of helpless terror.
練りに練った玉お姉ちゃん好き好き大好き大作戦あと少しあともう少しで高坊は好き好き玉お姉ちゃんになるはずだったのにそれをまあよくもぶち壊しにしてくれやがりましたわね
The tingling sensation has spread throughout my body, numbing me. My instincts scream at me to run away, but my limbs are frozen, locked in place. I can't avert my eyes. The hypnotic gaze of a great
こ
predator.
こまでトサカに来たのってほんと久しぶり
Yuji's face twists, madness slowly creeping over it. Stark terror overrides his ability to flee, paralyzing
肘
him.
も泣かずば打たれまいちょっとだけ老いたが過ぎたわねユージ覚悟できてるわね
Her evil smile turns my stomach and every hair on my body stands on end. Tamane is home. He hasn't changed at all, our dear Tamane. A fleeting vision of a gentle girl burns to ash and blows away like so many autumn leaves. I should have listened to Yuji. Terrible, great, pitiless as the sun. Tamane is home.
この俺がいつまでも姉貴の言いなりになっていると思うなよ
ならどうするの
For some reason, Yuji adopts a strange pose and clenches his fists. Is he crazy? Tamane lounges on the bed, utterly uninterested in Yuji's display. Yuji lets out a bad cry and launches his attack. Yuji's fist blazed through the air as he roared out his righteous indignation. Would surely have connected had Tamane not moved to block. With a bored movement of her hand, Tamane stuffs Yuji's full force punch cold against the palm of her hand. Suppressing a yawn with her other hand, she lazily watches Yuji. Hey, Yuji? A fierce barrage of punches, but Tamane just sits there smiling, blocking all of them one-handed without so much as shifting her weight. Amazing, she reads every movement with astonishing precision, hardly even needing to move to completely stifle Yuji's onslaught. Yuji momentarily prepares them, lets out a strange noise, and leaps bravely into the air. Suddenly, a fly click! Its aim is true, but Tamane is unmoved. Tamane! Just for impact, Tamane makes a tugging gesture with her hand. Tamane employs the effortless, gentle wrist motion of an Aikido master, and Yuji's momentum changes slightly. Pulled off course, Yuji crashes into the wall behind Tamane. After a minute on the floor, Yuji tries to stand, staggering. After... oh, snap! Whoops! I like how they made a specific sprite for this. So this is going to be a common sight. Tamane buries her fingers deep into Yuji's forehead, and then she suspends him in the air. That's one of Tamane's secret techniques, the Iron Claw. Not of love this time. Nah, this time it's just pure unfucking animosity. Yuji's skull emits a horrible grinding noise. She abuses the once energetic Yuji, his body no more than a ragdoll in her hands. He twitches for a while and goes limp. Tamane releases him and he thuds to the ground. I have to get out of here. I can't let Yuji's noble sacrifice be in vain. Matt creaks as I turn to face her. Tamane smiles fearlessly and looks at me over. Well, looks like things are over here, so I thought I'd just excuse myself. Later, bye! I wave and turn to make a dash for it, but my body won't move. Tamane has entwined her arms around me. It was too late.
ダメよ。まだ本当のただいまを言ってないもの。
Hot breath caressing my neck, soft bulges pushing into my back. As I press an anguished scream. I think I understand now, the feeling of being run through with a sword. I know well that sure and certain knowledge that death is residing up behind you, his pale horse closing the distance with every passing second.
ユージが余計なことしてくれたおかげで計画は失敗しちゃったけど、まあいっか。成功してたらもうしばらくはギュッてできなかったし。
Tamane's tight grip tightens, restricting my limbs.
久々に高坊の抱き心地。
Tamane ecstatically rubs her face against mine as she pulls me even tighter. Wait, Tamane! Slowly tightening. Her light grip never gives in a millimeter. I'm frantically struggling to escape.
ほら、暴れないの。
It was useless, of course. Burying her face in my hair, Tamane breathes deeply.
高坊の香りがする。この感触。この肌触り。変わってないんだ。
Listen, just completely relax every fucking muscle in your body. She'll think you're passed out. Tamane, I'm suffocating. I appeal for my life, slapping the floor to communicate my rapidly fading consciousness.
あ、ごめんね。苦しかった？
I'm alive.
もういいかしら？それじゃ続き。
Again, you're supposed to be close, this time from the front.
高坊、さっきまでこれを我慢するの大変だったんだからね。
She tussles my hair.
しかも昔と変わらない瞳して、昔と同じ微笑み見せて。そして何？この極上の肌触りと感触ってば。もう誘惑してる？私を誘惑しちゃったりしてるでしょ。この。
She's hugging my head so tightly the blood vessels are constricted. As flow of oxygen from my brain increases, my consciousness gradually fades.
くそー、クソ力出しやがって。あ。
Yuji finally returned to the land of the living, picks himself up off the floor. My disastrous predicament, he can only scratch his head and sigh.
やっぱりこうなりやがったが、姉貴、そのくらいにしといてやれよ。高明の顔、紫色になってんぞ。
あら、もう起きたの？
起きたのじゃねえだろ。いい加減そのこっぱずかしい真似はやめろって。
なんでユージが恥ずかしがる必要があるのよ。もしかして高坊ばっかりギュッてしてるから焼いてる？
なんで俺が焼かなきゃならねえんだよ。肉親として恥ずかしいって言ってんだって。ああ、もうそんなにグリグリしたかったら俺が身代わりになってやるから。 もう話してやれっつうの。
ユージが
Tamane examines Yuji for a while, then shrugs as though there's no counting for taste and smiles mockingly.
くわ、それが可愛い弟に対する仕打ちか。で、いつまでそうしているつもりだ。
そうね。とりあえずこれまでここ数年分まとめて。
Yuji, help me.
悪い。こうなったら俺にはどうにもできねえし、諦めてしばらく付き合ってやってくれや。
Heartless bastard. Conscience sees into the distance as she plays with her long-lost favorite toy. But before I fade away completely, I faintly hear Tama's whisper.
ただいま、高坊。
Found a note on my desk. Konami went back home. She left me a little souvenir as well, it seems. I guess her father must be up in Kyoto for business this time. I'm exhausted. It was just too much to process. I'm not even sure whether I enjoyed it or hated it, but either way, I haven't felt this tired in a long time. As I finished changing, I crashed into bed. Before sleep, I let me off for a short but sincere prayer. May tomorrow be less eventful than today. Also, I'm gonna keep it completely fucking transparent with you. I like Tamaki already. I groggily reach out and switch off the alarm. Listen, like, Tamaki seems like the kind of character that's like all attack, but the moment even like a small bit of return fire comes up, she starts panicking somehow. I don't know what it is, but that's the kind of fucking energy she has. Anyways, groggily reach out and switch off the alarm. Time to get up. That doesn't make sense. Today's Sunday, I'm sure I turned off my alarm last night. Where to start up again? What? Tamaki! What the?
おはよう。
Knew it. I leap up and reach for the alarm again, but for some reason Tamane is standing there holding my alarm clock. Ah! Tamane calmly watches my reaction as she switches off the alarm. Tamane, why are you here? No, more importantly, how did you even get into my house?
鍵で。鍵の隠し場所。未だに同じなの不用心よ。こう言ったのは定期的に変えないといつか後悔するわよ。
Someday? I regret it today! Yuji! What the hell's going on? Why is Tama here? Your sister, she's in my house right now! Make it stop! Hello, Yuji? Are you there?
この電話は現在使われております。ピーという発信音の後にメッセージをどうぞ。
Damn it, young Nabu. That didn't even make any sense! Small thumps are coming from the second floor, from my room. Oh shit, I left Tama alone in my room! I dash up the stairs. Crap, I don't keep an eye on Tama. There's no telling what she might do in my room. Tama is searching intently under my bed. Why are you searching my room?
高坊も立派に男の子してるかなーって。ベッドの下にもなしか。
You know, just the Chad move, walk up to the PC, just open the search history. Still obsessed with me? Because you all know what you fucking did. You all know.
あら？この引き出し二重底？
In there. I said stop it! Grab her by the arm and frantically try to pull her away. Dominant's smile grows on both sides of malevolence.
ビンゴ。そっか。高坊も色を知る年になったか。
That aside, why are you here? You're not here just to ransack my room, right?
ああ、高坊を迎えに来たの。これから一緒に買い物へ出かけるから。
We are now.
なんでって、高坊が暇だから。
How do you know that?
じゃあ忙しいの？
Well.
だったらいいわよね。 はい、決まり。それじゃ着替えて。
Just pats my head in encouragement. That sucks. My odds of escaping diminish by the second. I must seize the initiative, turn her down without hesitation. Sorry, but I can't go.
どうしてよ。今日は何の用事もないんでしょ。
Rakav will say that she is absolutely adorable right there. Look at that fucking pout. Dominic pouts. My weak spot. Nope. Can't back down now. The man must stand firm and wavering in his convictions. My plans for the day aside, the point is that today I simply can't
ど
go.
うしても
No matter
こ
what.
んなにお願いしてるのに
That was a demand, not a request. Dominant's aura is changing. Doesn't matter. I can't let myself be dragged along with every little thing, or there's no telling how far she'll go. She always just does whatever she pleases without any concern for the trouble it causes.
なんでよ。買い物くらい付き合ってくれたっていいじゃない。
Ah, Dominant suddenly leaps into my bed, pounding it with her fists and legs. What an amazing tantrum. Is she 5? How do I get out of this one? How can anybody be so unreasonable? After a while, Dominic ceases throwing a fit, suddenly switches
一
gears.
緒してくれなかったら7台先までたたってやる。
The punishment is disproportionate to the crime. She really hasn't changed at all. She has to have her way every time. Fine, I'll go!
本当
Just for a bit.
なるほど。本当は一緒に行きたかったんだけど、照れくさかったんだ。
No, listen, Dominic. Where did she get that crazy idea?
いいのいいの。皆まで言わなくても。ちゃんと玉お姉ちゃんには分かってるから。
Her expression worries me.
それじゃあ、早速準備しないとね。
Thomas steps behind my back. She clings to me from behind and rapidly starts unbuttoning my pajamas. What? What are you doing?
着替え。
Oh, yeah, she's like, she is like turbo flirting. Like she is. This bitch is fucking going for it. Day 2 of reuniting, and she. Actually, day 1 even. Like, day 1, she was trying to fucking, like, she was trying to gaslight him, even. Jesus Christ, she's dangerous. I can do that by myself, thank you very much.
遠慮なんかしなくてもいいのに。恥ずかしがらなくても、ちょっと前まで着替えを手伝ってあげてたんだから。
That was at least a decade ago. Being shy is not the problem here. Dominic, I'm going to change by myself. Please, just wait quietly.
そう
She looks up and down, but mercifully steps away.
高坊がそう言うなら待ってるわね。
It's only 1 minute after I accepted her ridiculous request. I'm already regretting it. I know I should have turned her down flat. So anyway, why are you still here? I was expecting her to leave the room. But instead she sits in the bed, resting her chin on her hands and stares straight at me.
待ってるの。
No, you really need to wait. Outside. There's no waiting sign.
どうして？男の子なんだから恥ずかしくないでしょ。別に減るものでもないし。
Just get out of here!
そう。
Tamina's grin turns evil. She's clearly still happy. For some reason, I get goosebumps all over. Something's wrong here. Something's very, very wrong. Tamine. I'll be done right away, so just for a moment. Could you step outside? Please.
そう。
Frozen moment stretches on. May just be my imagination, but I can almost see the air distorting around her. Is she causing heat waves?
あら
Tamina's eyes move to look at something behind me. Turn to follow her gaze. What is she looking at? I don't see anything. The world spins and a sense of balance screams. My body couldn't process the sequence of events after my legs were pulled out from under it. But I land on the bed, dazed and facing the ceiling. What the? Why is someone straddling me? Tamine!
だから遠慮しなくてもいいの。玉お姉ちゃんが着替えさせてあげるから。
You're joking, right?
高坊が悪いのよ。意地なんか張ったりするからつい困らせたくなっちゃうじゃない。
Her fingers inch close to the danger. Why are you doing this? No,
さ
wait.
あ脱ぎ脱ぎしましょうね。
Ah! Stop
あ
it!
ら意外と胸板が厚くなったのね。背中もいい感じに広くなってるし。しかもこの日本近海の極上本マグロを彷彿させる手触り。素晴らしいわ。
Ah, it tickles! Wait, why are you touching me?
これはランプ肉も調査する必要ありと見た。
No touchy! Rump steak?
尻肉。
Ah! Mama underpants! Ah!
おはよう、タカく。ごめんなさい。あれ
He turns to the room and looks
で
all
もこ
around.
こ、タカくんの部屋。
久しぶりね、好み。
たまお姉ちゃん？
うん。
はあ。おかえりなさい。
Konami smiles from ear to ear and launches herself into Tamane.
ただいま。元気にしてた？
たまお姉ちゃん、いつ帰ってきたの？
一昨日の夜にね。ごめんね。後で脅かそうと思って連絡しなかったのよ。
She pats Konami on the head by way of apology.
でも、ずっと会えなかったの寂しかったよ。
可愛いこと言ってくれちゃって。前に会ったのが去年だから。そっか。もうそんなに。
Sad look rises in her eyes as she gently plays with Konami's
でも
hair.
これからは一緒よ。ずっと一緒。
本
ほんとほんと。そのために帰ってきたようなもの。
当？やだ。
Konami delightedly buries her face in Tamane's chest and squeezes her tight. You know, I'm sorry to interrupt such a touching reunion, but do you two mind getting off of me?
そうだ。この後買い物に行く予定なんだけど、よかったら好みも行く？
行く。
I would dearly appreciate it if someone would listen to me. Little I realized the worst was yet to come. I get such a disastrous sequence of events. It's a wonder I haven't given up on a day already. I feel terrible.
はいコーヒー。すっきりするわよ。
Yeah, thanks. Gotta think of it. Did I even have coffee here?
うちで入れてきたの。それとこれもね。
He says and opens the lid to a basket, which proves to contain all sorts of delicious-looking sandwiches.
きれい。
後で呼ぶつもりだったから、ちゃんと好みの分もあるわよ。よかったら食べなさい。いいの？それと高坊。冷蔵庫の中、ほとんど空だったわよ。どうせいつもシリアルとかインスタント食品ばっかなんでしょう。これじゃおばさまが心配するのも当然ね。
Tamane, when did you meet my mother?
前に一度挨拶に寄ったの。その時おじさまの仕事の関係で高坊を置いてくことになったから、どうかよろしくってお願いされたわ。
What? What was Mom thinking, leaving me in her care?
さあ、コーヒーが冷めないうちに召し上がりなさい。
Yeah, I munch on the sandwich that you as recommended. It was surprisingly good. That's surprisingly worth to myself. Coffee too is excellent. Taste and aroma both are top
高坊、
notch.
お砂糖は？
Oh no, thanks. Can't say that I've never been one to enjoy the taste of black coffee first thing in the morning. This stuff really hits the spot. Gonna be sips at her coffee too. Is she going to be okay with black?
はい、お砂糖にミルク。
いいお砂糖は。
無理しないの。飲み慣れてないのにブラックなんて美味しいはずないんだから。
He plays 2 sugar cubes in Konomi's coffee. Just like always, there's no arguing with Tamane.
どう高坊、美味しい？
Well, yeah.
そう？
He shows me a sunny smile. Really, I would have never expected. I would have never guessed you could cook.
ふふん。
She pinches my cheek.
どこと余計。
Slam.
これもお願い。
They drag me all around the department store by the station. Everyday necessities, music CDs, home phones, books. For some reason, every bag and package gets handed to me. I'm supposed to carry all of them.
他に誰がいるの？
Surprise inquiry guns down my projection. Somehow I don't think a second attempt will be any more successful at changing the sad state of affairs. Misery loves company, and I'm as lazy as anybody, so I had tried giving Yuji a call, but his line was busy. I bet he left his phone off the hook. A slight bastard.
好み、ちょっといい？
何？
Konami wanders over to Tamane, who was beckoning
こ
him
んなの
over.
どうかな？
He arranges the outfit over Konami. Looks like pretty expensive dress.
ちょっと色が派手かな。ならこっちの色は。
たまお姉ちゃん？
いいわね。似合ってるわ。
そっかな。好みにはよくわからないけど。
カジュアルな服も似合ってるけど、そろそろこういった服を選んでもいいんじゃないかしら。結構イケてると思うわよ。
タカ君はどう思う？
Huh? You ask me something?
なんでもないよ。
What was that
それ
for?
じゃこれも一緒に買いましょうか。
でもそんなお金持ってきてないよ。
いいのいいの、買ってあげちゃうから。今日付き合ってくれたお礼にたまお姉ちゃんからのプレゼント。
でもこれなんだか高いよ。
Let's see, the price tag is 1, 2, 3. For just that kind of money is clearly out of reach for a student.
いいのよ、好みは妹みたいなものなんだから、こういうのを買ってあげるのは当然でしょ。
でも
もしかして余計なお世話だった？
とっても嬉しいよ。でもたまお姉ちゃんだから、お姉ちゃんだから、こういうの買ってもらうのは何か違う気がするの。
そう？
たまお姉ちゃん、お願いがあるんだ。昔たまお姉ちゃんが着ていた服、もしまだあるならあれが欲しいな。あれ好みも着てみたかったんだ。
私のお風呂なんかでいいの？
ダメ？
もうかわいいな。
Tommy pulls Konami into a tight hug against her chest and noses her.
たまお姉ちゃん？
Really is weird to hear Chris in more of the older sister role, considering, you know, how she is with Margit.
好みが本当に妹ならどんなに良かったか。ユウジなんか反抗的だし、女の子の服着せても可愛くないし。
You know, he probably became disobedient besides because you made him wear girls' clothes.
それにユウジや高坊は女の子になってくれなかったし。
Don't tell me she's talking about that horrible time when she chased me and Yuji down with a pair of pincers. We were absolutely petrified, running for our very lives. Just thinking about that might have happened. Think about what might have happened if she had caught us makes me feel sick.
タカ君、顔が紫色だけどどうかしたの？
Still following them around, carrying a mountain of baggages and bags. On top of that, my arm seems to be going numb, pushing my limits here.
次はあと少しよ。男なんだからもう少し頑張る。終わったらいっぱいねぎらってあげるから。
タカ君、少し荷物持とうか？
Yeah, that'd be great.
好み、男の仕事を奪っちゃダメよ。高坊を女に荷物を持ってもらう解消なしにさせる気？
そうなんだ。ごめんね、タカ君。
No, it's fine. Tamarin may be the greatest sophist of our generation. Didn't know sophist was an actual fucking word. Like, I just naturally assumed there was just, like... Okay. That's literally just an expert, essentially. Yeah, Sophist was a teacher in ancient Greece in the 5th and 4th centuries BC. Sophists specialized in one or more subject areas such as philosophy, rhetoric, music, athletics, and mathematics. They taught arete, virtue, and excellence, and predominantly to young statesmen and nobility.
ところで高坊、黒、ピンク、水色の中で一番好きなのは何
That's
色？
about the underwear, isn't it? Should I prefer? Let's see. Maybe black. Probably black.
そっか。
but I don't understand why. I finally noticed Tomlin intently looking at a nearby shop. Small boutique studded with fine, colorful, lacy fripperies. Hang on, that's an underwear counter. A woman's specialty store. A man would be executed on the spot for stepping foot in that
黒っ
place.
て言うとこのアダルトな下着よね。なるほど。高坊はエロエロ下着が好きっと。
What were the other options? Remind me.
ところで高坊。
Can't go back. Hate it when that happens. Wait a minute.
タカ君、こういうの好きなんだ。
I said wait, please. Just how are you interpreting that choice?
何ってこれ。
She says as she waves a scrap of cloth around. I'm getting headache. Look, I'm just going to go check out that place over there. That looks much safer.
ちょっとどこ行くのよ。
Tamane puts me in a sleeper hold. That same snippet of clothing now dangles in front of my
高坊
eyes.
の好みも参考にしてあげるんだからちゃんとここにいなさい。
I never asked for this. Please just stop teasing me.
別にふざけてなんかいないわ。ちゃんと真面目に聞いてるんだから。
That's even worse.
どうして？高坊だってお姉ちゃんが自分好みの下着履いてた方が嬉しいでしょ？
I have no Onechan, please leave me alone. Suddenly strikes me that a crowd of female shops is gathering around me, and as their chuckles grow louder, the crowd only increases. I finally fully grasp the meaning of the phrase, vicious cycle. Should have suggested a less hazardous outing for the day. Something less terrifying than shopping. Maybe base jumping. Another morning. Beautiful, same as always. But after this unbelievable situation. Hi, Tamane. There's none. No bread. Look at that. When I think of it, I realized that there wasn't any left in it. Have to go out and get some, but I completely forgot. What did I do? There's a rice, but even quick boil would take 30 minutes. There aren't even vegetable scraps in the fridge. We're gonna die of starvation. That's a bit of an exaggeration. I could, of course, buy some at the convenience store. But, when I think of it, when the folks left, didn't they hand me some kind of small box? They said open it in case of emergency, and we'll regret opening it earlier. When did he think I'd use it? This is the right sort of time, isn't it? That's it. Now's the time. I turn to my room and pull out the box on my desk. Looking at it again, it's pretty small. It only fit one cup. Is there really something that can save me in this little box? What if it's a great big wad of money? Alright. Carefully remove the sticky tape from the top and lift the lid. What's this? I'm a little lost for words at what's inside the box. No way. Instant noodles. And what's more, just one serve. Dearest mother and father, did you really think that one cup of instant noodles will be enough to save me in a crisis? Besides, I decided that me running out of rations would be a crisis for me. Do you hear me? Father, mother. Oh, we now actually can go to her. But alas, personal fucking annoyance! Finally, the picture's home. I hold the proof in my hands. There are still a few things I don't understand, but I think her true motives are revealed in that image. But this is a good idea. Push it into my chest pocket. What senpai is thinking, I believe that's important to know. But knowing her thought alone won't solve everything. If anything, there's a good chance her attitude might harden if her secrets becomes known. Just reading it won't do. What really is important isn't knowledge about our senpai. It's important. What's important is its communication. What senpai wished to say to that person in her own words. What senpai yearned to say. What was it? Who did she want to say it to? Pondering, I gaze out the window. Ah, the person in question is by the school gate, carrying a broom, walking along the path from the school gate to the entrance. Broom? Take off to help out Kusagawa. After a few steps I stop. Kusagawa drove me away from the student council. I hesitate. All I can do is watch over from afar. I should allow nothing more. But if that person's troubled, what should I do? I take a deep breath. Then I propel myself down the stairs. Kusagawa's boggled-eyed sudden apparition of the dustpan. She stares at me, taken aback. Although I'm breathless, I put out to her. I've brought the dustpan. Senpai tries to squirm her away from the dustpan offered before her. It's the moment I've been waiting
こ
for.
れは生徒会の仕事です。余計なことをしなくても
She says
結構で
restrained,
す。
but I control my breath and laugh. There's no rule that says student council has to clean the courtyard. The maintenance of the courtyard has been done diligently by Kusugawa of her own accord. Besides, normally the student council would prep students for helping, not scold them. Senpai lets out a small
あ
sigh.
なたには心がないの？
I have a heart, that's why I'm here. When I want to be here, I'll always be here. She takes the dustpan in front of her and begins sweeping. You know, President. Kusugawa does not respond. She focuses on her work. The broom does all the talking. Well, I'll just talk to myself. If you think it's just noise, please ignore it, President. She goes on sweeping, ignoring me. There's something that's always bothered me. Why were you on the rooftop that day? Quiet, Senpai's hands are still. Of course, it was partly to rip up that picture. But I can't believe that was it. There must have been a bigger reason. For example, to delay the graduation ceremony that day. Am I wrong? I raise my head. Senpai shifts the remaining rubbish in the dustpan and picks it up. She then mutters one word.
違うわ。
President. She returns to the school building. I shout at her receding figure. Kasugawa! She does not falter, but I continue. What if it was the 7th of March once more? If you could go back to the time of the graduation ceremony? Footfalls stop. What would you do? She's silent. She escapes entering the school building. But I've achieved my aim. It must be an answer that I am sure. That I am sure. Head back to my classroom. Indeed. She's still there.
どうかしたの？汗いっぱいかいて。
We've literally not seen each other in fucking hours. Komaki. Or literal days and world thing. Literally no conversation. I'm relieved that she's still here. Hey, Komaki, you have class committee work?
これから生徒会室でクラス委員の会議なの。終業式の打ち合わせとかって。
Closing ceremony. About those words.
どうしたの？終業式に何かあったの？
Well, nothing happened. Rather, I laugh like Marion. Something might happen now. Komaki stares blankly, not understanding. Study our surroundings. The doors and windows are shut. It's a secluded room. An isolated room. In response to my suspicious behavior, Komaki asks me anxiously.
河野くん？
Komaki?
はい。
I ask like Marion. What if I confined you to this room and threatened you? What would you do? The student council room was flung open. Sorry I'm late! Student council president raised her head at the arrival of the last class committee member and hurls cold abuse.
早く席に着いてください。5分の遅れ。
Her final words stray off. She raises her voice.
あなた、河野さん。
Here! I keep myself calm and simply smile. I don't know why. He just comes in with like the little fucking finger hearts thing, just here. just full. Just full on fabulous overload. Just storms through the door. Probably just like fucking throws his hair back in the wind.
確かあなたのクラスの委員長は小牧さんじゃ。
Kasugawa looks at her register. I answer on Komaki's behalf. Yes, but Komaki was originally the vice president. She was promoted to president due to the extended absence of the original president.
それは伺ってます。ですが、あなたは。
So in order to ease Komaki's burden, I've decided to take on the president's role. Komaki just recently entrusted it to me.
そんな。
Her face goes rigid at my brazen coup. There are no rules governing the selection of class committee members. Nomination, self-nomination, and even lottery is enough for the class committee. In which case, if I nominate myself as the president and Komaki approves, that's fine, isn't it? I give them a knowing look that says that I'm quite happy for them to check with Komaki.
でも、あと何日かで3学期が終わるのに、そんなこと許されるはず。
Kasugawa hangs on, but I deliver the death blow. But as the third semester ends, there will be another president that wasn't elected by the student council members. Laughter comes from the from the class committee members. They're probably enjoying the vice commander being talked down to. Kasugawa grips her fists until her knuckles are white.
わかりました。河野さんを小牧さんの後任として認めます。
You know it, girl, he says as he sits down. I don't know why I'm just so... I don't know why my headcanon is just that he is uber flamboyant Kono right now. I forgot his actual name. Takaaki, there we go. Like, just uber flamboyant Takaaki. He doesn't look at me again. I probably heard her a fair deal. I say no more to keep things running. After that tense exchange, the meeting itself is a breeze. Kuzugawa has no intention of improvising the way Marian did and plans for a regular school closing ceremony. Documents are distributed, the program is confirmed, tasks and responsibilities are delegated amongst the class committee members. Kuzugawa is so methodical there is nothing in particular to question about it or even differing opinions to express. He's prepared perfect responses to everything, shutting down other opinions before they can stand. That's Kasugawa's style of running a meeting. Then, after all the details are finalized, all that's left to do is to repeat it live.
こちらから以上です。他に質問や意見はありますか？
Yes, over here. She surveys the committee members.
今回が3学期最後の会議です。終業式以外にも、もし何か意見や伝達事項があるなら、今ここでお願いします。
Members look at each other. Looks like a painfully dull closing ceremony, but there seems to be no point bringing that up. It's not like I have any particularly great ideas. It really is Marian's forte to turn something like this into a real event.
ないようですね。なければ、
Here!
これで会議は
I say to Senpai and raise my hand. No, to not interfere with anyone else's comment. I'd wait until the very last moment. Senpai looks at me in surprise. Keep my hand straight till she calls my name. It's not like she can ignore me under such circumstances. I stand up and turn to face everyone. Student Council President, I have a proposal.
どうぞ。
Go blow yourself away, her attitude suggests. There's no encouragement, but I go on. I'm sure there are people who know this already, but the previous president, Marian, passed her supplementary exams a few days ago, at which point spontaneous applause erupts. I raise my hand and continue. However, she had not passed those examinations nor received her diploma at the time of the graduation ceremony. I paused there and stated succinctly. So, after the closing ceremony, why don't we put a little time aside to present Marian with her diploma and see her off?
河野さん、
Kusugawa gets up from her chair so abruptly that it almost topples.
まさか。
It won't take but a moment. It's just the awarding of a diploma. After all, we can have the farewell address and after we can have the farewell address and formal reply. People in the room realize what I've said. The audience goes from quiet to clamoring. Of course, there's only one student graduating to make the formal reply, Marian. And as for the representative for the enrolled students, I look at Kusugawa. I'd like to request President Kusugawa to do that.
ダメよ。そんなの。
Senpai stammers to me, flustered. What's wrong with it? It's just reading a farewell address.
でも。
I look at her steady. Senpai looks downwards, trembling. A comfort. Don't worry. I believe you can do it fine.
河野さん。
I turn around to face everyone again and call out to the assembly. Those who agree, please raise your hands! This is a gamble. Marian is still popular. Most of the students would still approve of a seeing off ceremony for her. The problem is Kusugawa. She is, of course, the one involved. How will this play out? Hands start inching up, starting from the back, but eventually directly in the face of the president. Soon there are only 2 or 3 left, and myself. The overwhelming majority approves. There are people who want to say goodbye to Marian, those who want to humiliate Kusugawa, and those who are hoping for a final public confrontation between them. Regardless, there are enough. I don't know what the others are thinking. What's important is regaining the lost time between the two of them, nothing else. The meeting ends and the class committee members disperse. That just leaves me and Kusugawa.
河野さん、話があるの。
I bet you do, girl. this man is just like, I'm convinced that like every person that plays this game has their own canon Takaaki. My canon Takaaki is currently sitting there, fully like decked out with nail polish and like some nice like every fucking finger a different color. It's like full on like an eyeshadow and lip gloss, just sitting there like a fucking queen. Kusugawa looks at me and settled. Is it about the student council? I know what it's about. It's not the student council.
違います。
Senpai raised her voice in exasperation. I don't need to hear it. I say and turn to leave.
河野さん。
私は
She stutters but ends up falling silent. Say to her kindly, Senpai, this is your final opportunity.
河野さん
Clock's been wound back. All that's left is to do what you wanted. What you really wanted. Looking forward to it. She remains quiet. Leave the room before she responds. Chad Kono! My eyelids have been weighing down for a while, for a little while now. And sure enough, it's getting late. But just before I switch off the TV to go to bed, it starts playing some music I don't recognize. It's a program promoting an upcoming CD. I've seen this show before, but I could never keep track of when it's on. Apparently now, I'm sure I'll just forget the channel and time slot again. Not even really paying attention, I still stayed until the end of the episode. Can't walk away from a show midway through. It's compulsion. I'm gonna regret this. I'm gonna regret this in the morning. 23. It would actually be hilarious if at this point you just don't get a choice anymore. You are going to fucking meet up with her, quote unquote, until the fucking ceremony. Anyways, I hope you guys enjoyed this one, and that was a fucking long one. Jesus Christ. Bye. I have a shift tomorrow. No. Bye.